An in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
30-second recruiting update from Lunsford, brought to you by Cowan. LT will tell you about Cowan in a second. Back row camera, Lunsford. Give me a nutshell on the day.
Yeah, Alabama still a strong number one. Have a chance to have the highest class of all time if they get the two Carver guys based on 24/7's normal numbers. But for Auburn, big story, flipping some recruits, especially Kayan Lee, four-star defensive back from Ohio State. Not something you typically see.
Brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Appreciate Lunsford on the back row today.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, they've been with us since day one here on the Next Round. They would love to partner with you for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental, new equipment sales, superior service, and parts. Go to Cowan.com or call 800-239-COWAN.
We'll roll through here. Taylor has built some graphics of our favorite movies, and I will digress and let you guys debate them to end the show here, because I just know what I like, but I don't know why I like them. Any particular order, or you want me to just call them out? Forster, here's mine. My top list. Love Actually is number one. Love it. Christmas Vacation. Elf is 3. Bad Santa and It's a Wonderful Life. Those are my lists. You don't have to like it. Throw somebody else's up there and let's debate these to end the show. This is LT.
Yeah, I didn't know you liked Bad Santa. I thought that was a little too dark for you.
Well, I mean, you have. I never even watched it until you brought it in.
Yeah, Bad Santa is number one on my. Elf is number 2 because I grew up watching it with my kids. My kids absolutely loved it, so there is some nostalgia there. Die Hard, say what you want. It is a Christmas movie. It's based around a Christmas party. There's a ton of Christmas references. Office Christmas Party is one of the most underrated Christmas movies ever.
It's a good film.
Yeah, it really is. It's hilarious. It's very raunchy. And then The Ice Harvest with John Cusack, Billy Bob Thornton, Randy Quaid.
Never saw The Ice Harvest.
Connie Nielsen, Oliver Platt. It's well worth the watch. It takes place in Wichita, Kansas. It's a dark comedy about the mob.
4 and 5 I have not seen. It's on our to-do list. Rockstar's list looks like this. Rocky, what you got?
Well, I got number 5. I got Christmas Story. I know people hate it now because it's so over the top. It's played so much. I just don't watch it anymore. The Ref, which Scott brought up, which is a fantastic movie with Dennis Leary and Kevin Spacey.
I've never seen it.
It's a good. I had it on VHS. I was just talking about it back here. It's a really good movie. Then Christmas Vacation, of course. Home Alone because of nostalgia, and my favorite movie from Christmas time, Bill Murray's Scrooged with Bobcat Goldthwait.
All right, let's go Lunsford next. Lunsford is, afternoon movies. You got to know what you're doing, man.
I mean, I'm one that doesn't like the traditional Christmas movies for the most part. For me, number 5, Batman Returns, takes place around Christmas. If Die Hard's a Christmas movie, this is definitely a Christmas movie. Number 4, Nightmare Before Christmas. It could be Halloween or Christmas movie, but it's about stealing Christmas. Number 3, Gremlins.
Good call on Gremlins.
Gremlins, good horror movie, good Christmas movie. And then the more traditional ones, Christmas Vacation, I think is the one that most people go to. But for me, White Christmas, grew up watching it. Used to go to the Alabama Theater with my parents growing up. Good old traditional, definitely the best old Christmas movie is White Christmas.
Who's in White Christmas?
Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye.
Oh, wow.
Remember the line from Christmas Vacation?
Yeah.
The sister song in that movie?
Yeah.
Sister? Yeah.
We could do a funny parody of that.
Sisters?
Forster's top 5 list. What do you have, Forster?
All right, number 5, Scrooged. Fantastic Bill Murray movie. As Rocky mentioned, The Ref, great Dennis Leary. Home Alone's a classic. Got to go with that one. Bad Santa is great. And Die Hard is absolutely a Christmas movie, and it's the best one ever.
It seems like Forster, probably his style is more your style, LT.
I love his top 3. Home Alone almost made number 5 for me. But, yeah, his top 2 are legit.
Now, will you guys watch these Christmas movies?
I've already seen Bad Santa, Office Christmas Party, The Ice Harvest.
Get after it, man.
Yeah. I'll watch Home Alone and Elf for sure still.
All right. LT is off tomorrow with Brownie. It'll be me, Lunsford, Rockstar, Forster. Tyler, you here tomorrow? Tyler's here tomorrow. Taylor's here tomorrow. And who else is on the show? We don't know. But tune in to find out tomorrow. We've got 4 hours to fill. Maybe some replays of some of our favorite moments over the past 18 months. I used to do that a lot, too. The old quote-unquote best of shows. We'll do something tomorrow. We're live tomorrow, though. Make plans to be with us. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome into the live show now as we get going on this Thursday. Jim Dunaway, John Lunsford from the back row to the front row. Rockstar, Tyler, Forrester all here. Taylor Corn handling everything on social media. Jam-packed roster today, despite Brown and LT being out. Coming up in the very next segment at 9:20 Central, we'll talk to media icon James Spann, who will be with us. Not just about the cold that's impacting all of you across America. We'll also talk sports with James Spann. If you've ever been to an Alabama football game, he's live from somewhere. I'm going to ask him if he's in the stadium for every game at Bryant-Denny Stadium, giving you a drive-home weather report at halftime. We'll talk to him about his love for sports. And you know, Lunsford, he was one of those original portal guys in the Birmingham media. He was a 13 guy, a 6 guy, a 13 guy, a 6 guy, a 33-40 guy. He bounced in the portal a lot.
Bounced around kind of like you did. You were one of those too, weren't you?
Well, I only did 2 stations. He's almost checked all the boxes. So we'll talk to Spann.
He's like the JT Daniels then.
He's JT Daniels. That's
Yeah.
right. So we'll talk to Spann in the next segment. He's a big baseball fan too. We'll talk to him about his Red Sox and a lot of other stuff. We look forward to catching up with him. Matt Hayes starts hour number 2. Hayes will join us from his home down in Florida. Great perspective on National Signing Day from Matt Hayes and some coaches who are already in a must-win situation in the SEC. Chase Goodbread's with us at 11. It was an iconic day for Nick Saban and a bounce-back role in recruiting. He was down into number 2 last year behind Jimbo Fisher and Texas A&M. Nick Saban answered the bell. We'll get to that in a second. And in the final hour, speaking of media icons, Herb Winches joins us on the show at 12 noon. Speaking of portal guys, he was the original one that he and Joe Langston jumped stations back in the day in Birmingham. And then Brad Crawford from 24/7 puts a wrap on the show coming up. We've got our Pepsi countdown to kickoff in the NFL, which starts tonight. We'll do our college football countdown from our friends at Dr. Pepper and a lot more. But let's start first, before we get to Auburn basketball, with National Signing Day. And it was a big day for Alabama. Here's Nick Saban yesterday talking about the nation's #1 recruiting class coming to Tuscaloosa.
What was it like being in Holmes as much as you liked, and how did that, if at all, impact the evaluation process?
Well, I think really what it helps is it really helps relationships. You know, you get to know the parents better, you get to know the families better, you get to know people better. One of the things that always strikes me, and this is one thing that you couldn't do during COVID, so I guess one day that class will come up, but every time I take pictures with the guys that graduate, when they walk up to me and I shake hands with them and congratulate them, the first thing that comes to my mind is their home visit. You know, when I was in their home, whether we had fried chicken, or whatever the situation was, that's the first thing I remember. And that's because you develop relationships with the family and the parents. You're in their home. Their hospitality is really, really appreciated. We've got some great parents, and obviously we want to have great relationships with them. So I think it has a huge impact for me in terms of getting to know them, and I think it has a good impact on them in terms of they get to evaluate and get to know us a little better.
Aaron Suttles had told us both live on our show and in Bama and Bourbon that since the pandemic and what happened last year, that guy was rejuvenated when it came to recruiting.
I can imagine. I'm just sad he didn't ask the one question, did you wash dishes in all those houses you went in after Jim Harbaugh had to do that? I can imagine that's going to be something that's going to happen a lot more. You're going to see pictures of all the coaches kind of coming down to earth when they go to the houses, because I feel like that does kind of humanize these coaches, these big-name coaches a little more when they come into a house. You know, I think everybody's one ticket into looking into that was like The Blind Side, when they had all the coaches, of course, Saban at LSU at the time, like coming into the house, trying to talk to the family, the little brother coming in, and they're having to please the whole family and everything like that. But it kind of humanizes them a little bit. But, I mean, it's also letting Nick Saban get back to what he enjoys doing. And last year, in the first full year, I guess, of NIL in the recruiting cycle, you saw Texas A&M go up there, and Alabama's still there, Georgia's still there. Well, all those schools are still there now because it's just getting NIL's maybe settled down a little more. People are figuring out how to work with it a little more, and it's getting back to just good, solid recruiting. And where's Texas A&M? I got to keep scrolling. I got to keep scrolling all the way down to 14th. Once it gets away from it's just about the money, and it's still more about creating those relationships with people.
Yeah, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend. When I asked him that question back in the summer about NIL, and he did his rant, his commentary about where recruiting was, we all, everyone sort of pointed the finger like, oh, Nick Saban's complaining about Jimbo Fisher, right? And I told you guys the very next day, and when Jimbo had his news conference, Nick Saban was only saying, if these are the rules, this is what we have to do at Alabama, talking to the businessmen. And I think what you see yesterday is a direct result of that rant that he went on. They bought every player. If these are the rules, we've got to get in the game. And Alabama got in the game. And, Nick Saban said yesterday, NIL had a factor with some of the players. A lot of coaches around the country yesterday were complaining a little bit about that. But every one of them says, my calling card now with recruits isn't my record, isn't who's going to the NFL. Almost every conversation starts with, what's your NIL setup? What's your NIL setup? And that's part of the deal now. As everyone is saying in the chat room, they poked the bear. They poked the bear, and Nick Saban, much like he did with the hurry-up offense, changed the way he recruited.
And I feel like things with NIL, though, Texas A&M just went and said, here's money. Let's just throw it at the names and the stars next to their name. And now it's more about, look, we got to be able to give the money. And when you look at the overall value, On3's done a good job kind of valuing the players and letting them know based on social media, based on their following, what brands can actually get from these players. Alabama did have the second highest overall. Only reason Texas was higher was because of Arch Manning. And outside of that, Alabama would have this isn't how much money they actually spent, but based on the value of the players, they would have spent the most money of anybody. But when you go to a school like Texas A&M now, they're sitting right next to Auburn. Auburn's average valuation per player, $31,000. Texas A&M's average valuation per player, $96,000. Above them is Penn State at $52,000. So Texas A&M's still overpaying for players based on the valuation that they have. But it's not, we just got to throw money and waste money. Now it's like, let's find the true value of NIL for you. Let's actually build a good brand for you, as opposed to let's just throw money, because I know we're not Texas, we're Texas, so we can't actually see what they do, as opposed to we see what Alabama players do, we see what Auburn players do. We work with Alabama and Auburn and UAB players from an NIL perspective, but like I never see what they're actually getting from the NIL stuff at a school like Texas A&M. I see it at other SEC schools. I see it at schools like Miami. I see it at schools like Clemson. I see that way more than I ever did at Texas A&M, and I feel like a school like Alabama, they realize we got to evolve to this and actually find good value for the brands of these players to A, get them paid, but also B, get them a good school to play for to ultimately move on to the NFL.
We will look at those rankings in just a second of where they ended up in the 24/7 composite. James Spann coming up in our next segment to talk about everything in the world from weather to sports. Remember, if you're looking for that last-minute gift, maybe it's only a picture right now if you order today, but maybe Santa can pull a miracle. You never know. But Backyard Adventure play sets for your kids, something to have in place in 2023, also for the spring and summer coming up and the rest of their childhood. That's what you can get with our friends at Backyard Adventure. Just go to this website, backyardalabama.com. They've got the play sets. They've got the alley-oop trampolines, which are uber popular with your kids. Just ask them if they'd like a trampoline. They've got those ready to set up as well, the goal setter basketball goals. And I mentioned setup. Unbelievable customer service with Backyard Adventures. They will set it up. They'll move it around the yard when you need it moved around, house to house if you need it moved. They do landscaping. They do maintenance programs. And when your kids are driving or off to college, they'll come and take it away for you as well. It's that easy. 100% cedar on the playgrounds. Great setup, great customer service. Wherever you're watching, Atlanta to Birmingham, just go to this website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN. Here's a couple of the rankings for you. Alabama was number 1 in the SEC. Georgia, number 2 overall in the country. So 1, 2 in the nation, SEC schools. Number 3 overall in the country, according to the 24/7 composite, that is Texas. Where's Texas going to be next year?
By the time these kids play, they'll be in the SEC.
Yeah, by the time they make a factor, they'll be in the SEC. Number 4 in all of this was Miami with Mario Cristobal, another former Alabama assistant. So the top 4 is either Nick Saban or people who coach for Nick Saban immediately. Then you get Ryan Day at Ohio State at number 5. Number 6 is LSU in the SEC. Oregon is 7. Dan Lanning. The results there, he's number 5 in the ESPN, 7 in the 24/7, is that Dan Lanning's bringing the SEC to the West Coast. Here's Dan Lanning celebrating his class by smoking a cigar. The young Dan Lanning lighting one up last night on the West Coast because he had an amazing day recruiting out there. Oklahoma's 8. They're coming to the SEC. Notre Dame is 9. Tennessee is 10. Dabo is at 11. We'll talk about Dabo later in the show. One of his NIL comments yesterday has made a few people upset, imagine. Florida is at 12. You mentioned A&M. They are 14. South Carolina 16. Hugh Freeze at 19. What he was able to do to come in, I mean, I think they were down in the 50s when Brian Harsin was the coach there, and they had to sort of dig out because of the swirling, they didn't know what was going to happen with Brian Harsin, couldn't get traction going recruiting-wise on the trail in the 50s and the 30s, all the way up to 19, Arkansas 21, Mississippi State 24 in the coaching transition there, Missouri 32, Kentucky 33, Ole Miss 36, and Vandy is at 50. So every SEC team in the top 50, and when you take Vanderbilt out, you have 13 in the top 36. That's the life you lead in the SEC. Speaking of Auburn, Hugh Freeze, cut number 4. Let's talk about what he was able to do down on the plains. Only really a couple of weeks on the job. So you will not judge Hugh Freeze by this recruiting class. He will do a good job in the portal. They will be active in the portal as more kids get in there over the next few weeks after we get through these bowl games. But Hugh Freeze yesterday on what he was able to do, he and his staff in 2 short weeks of being the head coach down at Auburn.
It was a wild 2 weeks for us. I mean, we came into this considerably behind what I think Auburn should be in recruiting. Thought we really did well with the DB room and made some dents in our needs in the offensive line room. Edge guys, I thought we did really well with. On defense, interior, we still have a little work to do, and we still have some work to do in the O-line. We're not through there. We're not through anywhere. We still have some big targets out there that hopefully we can close on either now or in the second wave.
Yeah, the second wave of the portal opening up. That's Hugh Freeze yesterday at Auburn. And listen, I was impressed at what he was able to do, and I don't think anybody doubts with a full recruiting cycle that Hugh Freeze can recruit, and Auburn will be a top 10 recruiting school next year. The question will be, how high can they go?
Yeah, and I think with the hype of Hugh Freeze this year, that helped get them from, like you said, where they were to where they climbed up to. But one interesting thing for me for Auburn yesterday was Jeremiah Codd, running back from Montgomery Catholic. He's a 4-star guy, been really good. They were pound for pound one of the best teams in the state this year in Alabama high school football. He did not sign yesterday. He's the one person who has not signed. He said he's going to wait until February. I don't know if ultimately he's going to end up finding something else out there because that's a need. Tank Bigsby's gone. I know Jarquez Hunter's still there. Maybe he had somebody from the portal. I don't know. But, having multiple running backs, having a good 2-headed monster is something that you've seen at Auburn over the years. And he's somebody that I expected to come in and be maybe not a day one contributor because he comes from a smaller school and you have to come and build into this program with Hugh Freeze, but he did not sign. So I'm interested to see ultimately where he signs. He's a top 10 running back. Depending on which service you look at. Rivals has him as the number 2 running back. So
he's that talented. He's still out there waiting to February.
Yep.
And only 19 signees at Auburn, and a lot of people who have left in the portal or just are going to be flushed out simply because Hugh Freeze is changing the talent. There'll be plenty of scholarship room for him at a place like Auburn.
Yeah, but he mentioned the offensive line. I mean, you look at overall their players, and I don't know where it ultimately ended up, but I remember yesterday at some point when I was given an update, I think 4 of their top 5 were defensive linemen, and then the next 4 of 5 to make the top 10 were offensive linemen, clearly building the trenches in there. And that's something that he did good at Ole Miss. The players, how they ultimately ended up in their career, and I know with Laramie Tunsil, he had the, smoking in the gas mask thing before the draft, and Kim Dichie fell out of a window or whatever. I know personally they had some issues, but those players were great lineman, winning in the trenches, ultimately leading to the success that he had at Ole Miss.
Yeah, and that's what he's got to do at Auburn. That's where they've fallen behind on the offensive and defensive line. So that's sort of the tip of the iceberg in recruiting. Couple of other notes before we get to James Spann in the next segment of the show, being brought to you in part by our friends right there at the Pan Store. If you're looking for that great last-minute gift, you can actually go in to the building at the Pan Store. 7 locations. You've got them in Crestline, Leeds, Huntsville, Tuscaloosa, Trussville, Hoover, and Auburn. Online at thepanstore.com. Follow them on social media. All your game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O and Gentile, women's fashion as well. It's our friends at the Pan Store, panstore.com. Also, the show being brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy drinks. Look for that logo when you get rolling in the morning. Basketball last night, Auburn gets a great win, 84-61 up in Seattle. So Auburn comes home. They'll start SEC play after the Christmas break. Needed that win on the road last night. Best image of the evening was Tom Izzo getting a technical foul while wearing an elf sweater, not an F sweater. That's the word he used to get the technical.
There you go. It's okay.
It was an elf sweater he was wearing, ugly sweater, and he gets teed up doing that last night. We'll get to more basketball. You'll hear from Bruce Pearl, all coming up. In our next segment, though, James Spann joins us. We'll talk a little sports, a little weather with James Spann. The show also being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo today. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, whether they want to be a teacher, a broadcaster, in theater, a business major, whatever the dream, maybe they want to keep playing sports. 21 Division II NCAA fully funded scholarship sports. You get it all at the University of Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
All right, we'll talk to James Spann after I remind you 2023 is a great time to get in shape, lower those blood pressure numbers with a little exercise, and our friends at Way to Wellness. Planforme.com is the website, planforme.com. Leslie and her board-certified team can help you out. Every plan's different, no contract, no sign-up fee, and the first consultation's free. Planforme.com, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. I've got friends who are living all over the country. They're sending me DMs saying, hey, it's -11. What's it like back in Birmingham right now? Let's bring in James Spann. James, before we talk weather with you, I got 1,000 questions. We'll save weather for the last because I know you talk weather all the time. First, thank you for joining me today. Merry Christmas to you. And when I'm at Bryant-Denny Stadium and you pop up on the big screen, are you live in the stadium? I've always wanted to ask you that. I've looked for you at halftime. Are you there in the stadium somewhere?
The answer is yes. So, and Merry Christmas to you guys.
Thank you.
The deal is I'm on the bridge between the west stands and the north end zone, the connector. And so I'm up there and not only, and that's for Crimson Tide Sports Marketing, which is great. You know, they're the marketing branch of the University of Alabama. I also do support for Coach Saban and his staff. So I really got 2 things going on there. The on-screen stuff, which is kind of easy, but the hard part's when we have active weather in the area and the coach wants to know exactly when will it rain, how much will it rain, will there be lightning, when will it stop? So those are the challenging days, but it's great fun, and they're very kind to me up there, and we have a great time every time there's a home game.
Well, I was going to share this story with you, but you already you beat me to the punch there a little bit. I put my foot in the mouth with him one time because, you know, he's a pretty powerful guy, and I was like, so it may rain today on game day, and, you know, it could be pretty heavy. Do you use like the U.S. Naval Service? I mean, you're a pretty powerful guy. Do you call in favors? And he's like, no, I use Spann. Spann's the guy who keeps me updated on this stuff. And I would imagine on practice days too, he wants to know inside outside. I would imagine, right?
Oh, listen, it goes way beyond game day. And there are days where maybe major donors are in town and they've got a special outdoor event. So we have an open line, and you know, I got a chance to sit on his show. He wanted me to come on his show after the Tennessee game. Hey, Coach, the Thursday night show. And we had a great time. And he's a weather dweeb, a total weather dork. I mean, you know, we had a great time talking about weather. And I think all college football coaches have to become that because it's a big part of the game when there's active weather going on, if it's extreme heat or cold or rain or snow or whatever. But he's decided if he ever retires, he's going to come to work for us in the weather office. And I told him, Coach, there's always a place for you. in my office. And we did talk about retirement. That's the other thing. It drives him nuts and it drives me nuts. People ask us as older gentlemen, hey, when you going to retire? Well, what do you mean? We're just getting started. I mean, come on. I mean, it's like we're going to be in it for a long time. We're good to go.
Yeah, I'll share this with you. I was in a meeting. I've worked at 2 stations. You've worked at more than that. But I was at 13 back in, I think it was the Atlanta Olympics. It was 1996, and we were doing a big build-up meeting. And our GM and some of our salespeople were telling us this is a huge year for us. We're going to move in the ratings because we've got the Olympics. We can do this. It's in Atlanta. It's in Birmingham. We can do this, this, and this. And, Spann's contract's up. And the buzz is that he's not re-signing. He's getting out of television. That was 1996.
I didn't get out of television. I just changed channels. So that was the change channel year. So yeah, that was an interesting year. No, it's like I feel better now than I felt when I was 30 years old. I mean, I felt horrible when I was younger, and I'm only sleeping 3 hours a night. But I can't wait to go to work every day. I'm energized. So no, I'm not stopping anytime soon. And I think Coach Saban feels the same way.
James Spann is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. I'm a Birmingham native, born and raised in Alabaster, Alabama. So I've watched you on 3 different channels. We're in a world where players, in college change, in the portal often. When you make a decision to leave a team to go to another team, I think people think it's easy because you may be moving to a better situation for you personally. But I would imagine for you, it is at times a tough decision because you have teammates and friends and people that were depending on you at the place you left. How tough were those moves for you over the years?
Yeah, that's a great analog. It is like a team. It is a team. And the first move, I was at Channel 13 before you were born, probably.
No.
And this was in the late 70s and in the 80s. And then I was transferred to Dallas. I got called up into the front office, and I thought I was being fired because typically on a Friday when you're called in the front office in this business, as you know, you're done. But it was the head of the corporate entity that owned Channel 13. And he said, "You're doing such a great job. We're going to promote you to the largest station we own in Dallas. And by the way, you start Monday." So I went home to tell my wife, and she went into labor, and our son was born the next day, and it was a while. And I still had to be in Dallas Monday. Back in those days, men had no time off. But so the first channel change was kind of a deal. I had no control over that. But coming back, I came back to Channel 6, and the decision to leave was really hard. It was. I mean, Scott and Janet and Carly and all these guys, we were a team. We had been together for so long. We were the anchor team, the Ron Burgundy news team assemble. But the new entity, the family that was putting together the news station, they gave me the freedom to have full control over how long I stay on television during tornadoes and when I break in. I have it's like a football coach having full control of an athletic program. And that was what pushed me over the edge, and that I wanted to take the tornado coverage to the next level. And that's serious business. You got people's lives at stake here, and you can't be bouncing back and forth between here's a little 1 minute cut in, and now we're going to go back to Freak of the Week, network programming, whatever, when you've got a violent tornado down that could kill people. And so by them giving me the freedom to do that, that was the main part of the decision to go to the new entity. And I've been there since it was formed 26 years ago, and have no intention to change channels again or to move. I tell my wife all the time, our next move is to Elmwood. We're done moving anything here.
James Spann is with us for a few more seconds here on the next round. You and Nick Saban a lot in common there. I mean, the call up, he went to the NFL, didn't really love it, came back to college where he loves it. You're back in Birmingham, a place you love. And another thing that my time of being around him and watching you from afar, he loves to adapt to new things, new technology. He's not an old school coach. He changes all the time. In this recruiting class, he changed with the NIL from last year. You are a guy that always seems to be cutting edge. I remember your first radar, and I think I've got this right. It looked like I was looking at a black and white screen in a submarine. and it had a little ground clutter always around the Shelby County Airport. That was in the late 70s, and it was great technology back then. But you've changed along the way, and you've also sort of created some stuff, haven't you, along the way?
Yeah, you have to. And again, it's great. You're right. Goodness, the radar back in the late 70s, it came from Centerville, Brent, little radar facility at Pondville, which is near Brent. And it basically looked like somebody threw up on a black and white screen. It was not a good look. And so now we've come to a point where we've got dual polarization, high resolution Doppler radar. We can show debris being lofted. If you tell me I could do that in my lifetime with radar, I'd say you're crazy. But the mapping, the resolution and the quality of the data sets we get back and the frequency of the data sets, it has enabled us to do our job much more effectively. And I think what we have to be better at now, it's not the physical science, which is really all I've done all my life, but it's the social science side, messaging, communication, understanding human behavior, because we're asking people to do something. So social scientists have stepped in and helped us on that side of it too.
Do you feel like maybe you educated us too much at times? Because I remember, I always have to tell my wife, we need to go to our safe place now. And she's like, Jim, that's a half a mile away. And I'm like, baby, listen, let's go to our safe place. Do you feel like people feel like they can read the radar as good as you sometimes?
Yeah, I think some of the promotion departments have oversold what we can do. I know in my old age what we can do, and I know what we cannot do. And there's a lot of things we cannot do in this science. In this, we can identify the location of a tornado down to a city block. Well, not really. Sometimes that radar beam might be 8,000 feet off the ground. The storm is tilted. I don't exactly know where that thing is. That's why we've gone to this, push on letting people understand polygons, respect the polygon. All these things I say, there's a reason behind that. That gives us that room for error and gives people a clear indication of when you need to do something. And if you're in that, you do it now. And if you're not, don't worry about it. So, but I do think a lot of the oversell part of it comes from, I don't mean to talk bad about promotion people, but you've done television, Jim. You know how they are. I mean, a little carried away.
Yeah. Oh, don't doubt me. I've spent the last 12 hours promoting. We've had James Spann on the show today, so I've been promoting myself. Hey, before you go,
what a letdown this is.
No, not at all. We'll talk about that weather in just a second. One other thing, I had to wean myself off of thinking about you and this is not a romantic thing, but I would be at sunsets on the golf course or sunrises on the beach or something, and I would take a picture, and I had to wean myself off of sending you a sunset picture or a cloud formation or something. You're very popular around the country on Twitter and Instagram because of pictures. And how did that start for you, and how much do you enjoy that? Because you do a lot of retweets and see a lot of beautiful things.
Yeah, it's a monster. Social media is just a monster. There's good and bad, and it takes up a lot of my time, but it's important. It helps me establish a relationship with the people that I serve, and I do get this amazing content. And I really think that the national footprint, we do a show called Weather Brains, a podcast. We started 17 years ago when nobody even knew what that was, but so many people around the country that are weather dweebs, and this is not for the public, it's for weather people that love weather, they've latched on to what I do, and it started, I think, with that. But if you combine, the tweeter and the face bag and the gram and the talk and all these other ones, I get stunning content every minute of every day. And it takes a lot of time just to process all that, but it's my window to the world. I see things that nobody else sees. It's marvelous.
Scott Forster on the back row is laughing now because he always tells me, despite your age, you're a lot cooler than anybody here on the show. And you just described all the social media platforms a lot better than we ever do up here. So that's fantastic. So I got
you guys are hipsters. I'm a squarester. I'm just an old square.
That's not true at all. James Spann. So the weather, I had a friend last night who's out in Colorado, sent me a screenshot, -11. So this Arctic blast, I hope I'm describing it right. Is it the entire country that's going to be feeling the cold weather this weekend?
Yeah, east of the Rockies, the Rockies and points east, the whole country. And again, here in Alabama, the front should enter the northwestern corner of the state, up around Florence, about 7 o'clock this evening. And once this thing passes, temperatures are going to drop in a very rapid fashion. We're going to go from about 45 to 15 in 2 hours. A northwest wind of 15 to 30, gusting to 40. It's going to push the wind chill below zero. It will come on fast and furious, and it's just brutal. And, of course, what's funny, people really don't care about that, which is the big story. They want to know one thing, is it going to snow? And the answer is yes if you're in North Alabama, but it will be very brief. It just can't really accumulate with those horrific winds that are blowing, and it'll be long gone. So we don't expect any accumulation except maybe the mountains of northeast Alabama. They might get the grass white in a few spots. But the good thing about that wind, it should dry these roads out pretty quick. So we think most roads will be dry, but there might be a few little icy spots if there's any standing water. But the story, it's the cold. By tomorrow morning, we'll see lows over the northern half of the state between 5 and 12. The wind chill index between 15 and 5 below zero.
Oh, wow.
And we have not seen a Christmas outbreak like this since 1989, over 30 years ago. And many spots will go 72 consecutive hours or longer below freezing from tonight until Monday of next week. And, our greatest concern, it's things like house fires. People have to use space heaters, and these tragic fires where people lose all their possessions and we have loss of life. That's the main concern. It's people, and a lot of people that are homeless and have nowhere to go. Elderly people that just don't know this is coming, and they're on a fixed income, and they live in a small apartment, and the heating is not good. But that's the main concern. And then, of course, the infrastructure this is pipe bursting weather. I don't know if you guys have ever had a pipe burst. That will ruin your day.
Yeah.
In fact, I just finished wrapping the faucets outside here about 30 minutes ago. And obviously, bring in the critters. And I say this all the time, but, wives, please bring in your husbands. They need to be inside for this.
That is fantastic advice there. And as always, we remind you, warming stations are open. If you see anybody, can point them to a warming station or to a local church, and they can maybe help you out wherever your church home is. Help find people in the neighborhood in need and see what you can do for them. James, thank you for your time. I know you got a very busy morning. We appreciate you and everything you do, and it's been fun catching up with you. Thanks for giving us the time today.
Jim, you're a legend, living legend. Great to be on the show. Y'all have a great day, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, buddy. Merry Christmas to you. That's James Spann, ABC 3340, and he's just a legend here in town. Our show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. I'll tell you what's coming up in our look ahead in just a second.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision 969-8100 or visit michelsonlaservision.com. Michelson Laser Vision, normally Lance says changed his life, changed my mom's life. She heard the spot when I was an intern back in the day.
Really?
Went and got LASIK and made her vision good, so it's changed her life. So make sure to give him a call, 969-8100, or visit michelsonlaservision.com.
Listen, I don't know anybody that out-recruits the level of the program than the Lunsford men do. Your mom and Laurel, beautiful women there. You guys can recruit 100%.
Thank you.
Michelson Laser Vision, the look ahead coming up. Matt Hayes at the top of the hour. We'll get back to college football there. So we'll talk to Matt coming up in just a second. Chase Goodbread at 11 o'clock. Herb Winches joins the show at 12 o'clock. I mean, there was Herb Winches, and then there was James Spann. They overlapped a little bit. They carried the ratings with them everywhere they went. Brad Crawford in the final hour. Rockstar has our 4 downs today, and who knows, before this day without LT and Brown's over, we may get Rockstar around a campfire singing Christmas songs before it's all said and done.
I don't think it's going to happen.
All right, so we know somebody who's a Grinch right there. That's fantastic.
Awesome.
We will get to the college basketball in our next segment. But one other football note for you here. The Pro Bowl was announced yesterday for the National Football League. 11 one-time Alabama players, because some of you get a little upset when I call Jalen Hurts an Alabama player. But
he is.
Jalen Hurts spent more time in Alabama and still does a lot of stuff with Alabama, but he spent 1 year at Oklahoma, his last year. But 11 Alabama players in the Pro Bowl. That includes Jalen Hurts, Jonathan Allen, Landon Dickerson, Trayvon Diggs, Mika Fitzpatrick, Patrick Surtain, Derrick Henry, Marlon Humphrey, Josh Jacobs, C.J. Mosley, Quinnen Williams. An amazing list of Alabama talent. Remember that time when people used to say early on in Nick Saban's dynasty at Alabama, yeah, but by the time they get to the NFL, they never live up to potential. That day is done.
Well, and a lot of that had to do with quarterback and Jalen, who counts, Tua, Mac Jones, and fixing to be Bryce Young. I mean, we'll see how he ultimately works out, but at least those 3 are starters right now. And, I'll say this. I was trying to pull my roster up as I'm in the Fantasy Football Championship right now.
You and who?
Me and Lance.
Yeah. Should be noted, I finished dead last.
Yes. I know that's probably why I haven't brought it up. But my roster was Jalen Hurts, Alvin Kamara, had a year there, Josh Jacobs, Jerry Jeudy.
Wow.
A lot of Alabama players. Five of my 8 starters were from the state because I had Daniel Carlson as my kicker too. 4 of my 8 from at least had ties to the University of Alabama. So that's something that in the past I never would have touched. The only in-state player I would have had back in the day was like Cam Newton because he could run for touchdowns. Outside of that, I hardly touched any in-state players.
The most amazing video overnight, and some of you have seen it, Jeremy Reeves, South Alabama player from the Pensacola area, special teams Pro Bowler, as he gets that announcement yesterday, and it's out on social media. You see the coach, Ron Rivera of the Commanders, telling him, and other teammates are so excited they want to stay hidden in the room while they tell Jeremy Reeves he has made the Pro Bowl team. It's an emotional piece of video. When we come back, what Auburn did last night and everything else that happened, it was an amazing upset night in college basketball. One of the biggest upsets we've ever seen in modern day college basketball. That's all coming up in the next segment, part of the show today. Being brought to you by, let's pick one. Let's go with MyBookie here. Our friends at MyBookie, if you're ready to get in the game, speaking of major upsets, MyBookie can get you in the game, especially right now during the 12 days of Christmas. It started yesterday with MyBookie. From odds boost to casino chips to straight up locks, MyBookie's 12 days of giveaways is a can't miss promotion. Starting December 21st and ending on January 1st, you can bring in the new year right with giveaways that can help you fill your stockings with cash this season. Sign up at MyBookie. Use the promo code NEXTROUND on your first deposit to redeem a bonus of $200. Again, that's promo code NEXTROUND to claim a brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to cash in and cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light and make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today, in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
Always good when you want to hear this, that we're sort of a skeleton staff here today. Last live day. We're not here tomorrow. We're not here Monday, back Tuesday, and then normal schedule all the way until the next time we'll go somewhere else. But just a day off on Friday and Monday. Sore throat here, starting to lose my voice a bit. So do we have a plan for the second half of the show?
I got the same thing, man.
Yeah, you're dealing with it too.
I'm sucking on the halls.
Yeah, I don't have to sing a little bit later on though. Before we get to the phones, you can always join us during the holiday season here on the special holiday number 205-734-0923 734-0923. That'll get you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Our friends at Slice want to remind you, if you're tired of cooking these holiday meals and need a little night off, day off, date night, whatever, Slice can do that for you. 3 great locations down in Lakeview and Vestavia and Montevallo, and our new location coming soon to Crestline. My new favorite used to be the spicy Hawaiian all the time. Now it's the Hot Mama. It's got a little hot honey drizzled on top of it. It's a delicious pizza, the Hot Mama. Still love the spicy Hawaiian. Get the daily specials, a salad and a slice, salad and 2 slice right now with our friends at Slice. Great folks there, family-run operation, the best pizza I've ever tasted. Had a couple earlier this week. I was eating leftovers again yesterday from our friends at Slice. Brett's with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, our truck driver who travels the America. Hopefully you're somewhere in the south on the other side of this cold front right now, Brett.
I'm almost to the mud puddle, Jim.
Oh, almost to Alabaster?
Yes, sir. I just north of Montgomery and Prattville. I'm headed home.
Do you get a little Christmas break?
Yeah, I'll be home until the middle of next week, and then I'm going to break your heart. I have to spend New Year's in Las Vegas on the way out to Reno.
I love Las Vegas, and go every March Madness or every other March Madness out there. I'm told now that's the busiest time. Brown is experiencing Disney this week at the busiest time of Disney, which is the Christmas break for school. March Madness in Vegas is the busiest time now, that first opening weekend, those 4 days. It's crazy.
I just spent 2 days in Orlando.
Well, good. You should have looked Brown up. So what?
I didn't know he was down there.
Yeah, absolutely. He was down there, 100%.
Yeah.
What else is on your mind today, Brett? What's happening for you?
I'm just headed home. I told Rockstar I just wanted to call and wish everybody a safe and blessed Merry Christmas. Stay warm. All the guys out there in the chat, Jay and Dave and S. Smuff and Fritz Law and then JD in Huntsville and Jeff over in Anniston. You guys just have a Merry Christmas.
All right, Brett, safe travels to you. Thank you. Merry Christmas to everybody over in the chat room. Merry Christmas for Kirby Smart, too. Quick break for the Georgia Bulldogs, and then they are off to the national championship game. Let's make this our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff, brought to you by our great friends at Dr. Pepper, adding flavor to the college football playoffs. It's our friends at Dr. Pepper. When you talk about juggling, nobody's having to juggle more than college coaches right now. You have National Signing Day. You've got the portal going full blast. You're also preparing for a bowl game. And in Kirby Smart's case, along with the folks at Michigan, TCU, and Ohio State, you're having to prepare for a college football playoff, which goes next weekend. So time's moving fast, but Kirby Smart took time to bring in the second best recruiting class, only behind Alabama. Our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff, brought to you by our friends at Dr. Pepper. Here's Kirby Smart.
I'm really fired up about this group. They are high character, and the one thing that in the coaching business you better value now more than ever is high character, tough, hard-nosed football players that are coming here with an understanding that they're committed to excellence in terms of classroom, competitiveness, toughness, loving football, and these guys understand that. I mean, I really don't want anybody to be here that doesn't like practicing hard and doesn't like going to school. And those are the two prerequisites for playing at Georgia, and this group's figured that out.
You know, a lot of people saying that guy is the new Saban, that program is the new Alabama. If they win it all this year, that becomes a little bit more of a realistic conversation, doesn't it?
I mean, you have to win 6 or 7 to get to
no,
be Saban.
That's the final. I mean, that's the final scoreboard. But in the progression, if they are back-to-back national champions,
no, they are,
and they continue to recruit the way they are.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say right now they're on the same level, but at some point, if Kirby keeps recruiting the way he's doing, there will be a discussion every year on has Georgia pulled ahead of Alabama as far as the premier program in the country.
Right now, they have pulled ahead of Alabama, and if they win this one, I think they will permanently be ahead of Alabama until Alabama then seats them either in the SEC championship to keep them from going to the playoff or just winning the next national championship between the two of them. But I've always looked at recruiting as like it's not just about getting the number one class. You want to have just a really good class, a top 5, top 10 class, because recruits don't always pan out. How many times have we seen recruits just completely flop at Alabama, completely flop at Auburn? How many people said Jeremy Johnson was going to win a Heisman Trophy? I did, and then obviously it didn't work out. How many people said Bo Nix is going to win a Heisman Trophy? Now he very well may, but it ain't going to be at Auburn.
That's right.
So all these recruits we see in state turn out to be so good, and Alabama's done a good job keeping a lot in state. Georgia's done a really good job, obviously, recruiting as well, but sometimes they don't work out. And so as long as you have a good class, which Kirby, Jeff Sintel's who I follow for most of my Georgia stuff, and he pointed out that they're going to have a top 4 class. You know, with Alabama, we always say, did they win? Did they get first place or not? And that's kind of it. Because when that Texas A&M beat them, oh, well, Alabama didn't win. You know, dynasty's over. Everybody loves to say that. But with Georgia, it's like, well, they've had another top 4 class. And I think that's all that's really important. And I said the same thing for Alabama last year. It doesn't matter that Texas A&M won. How many of those recruits worked out? Did they even make a bowl game this year? No. Alabama still has a good recruiting class. Georgia still has a good recruiting class, and he's still doing what he needs to do to get the players he wants in order to win.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit later on about who in these classes may be portal people at some point, because some of these great classes never end up playing meaningful snaps for the school they sign with. And I've got one in mind that was sort of a high-profile commitment yesterday that it wouldn't surprise me if he's in the portal sooner rather than later. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit later in the show. Tell us about Gutter Cap, and we'll get to basketball, what happened last night.
Yeah, our friends at Gutter Cap, the patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate gutter cleaning, back to the lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record in Birmingham. Make sure to stay off the dangerous ladders forever and get off 45% off retail price now. That's guttercapbirmingham.com. Call our good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212.
Huge win for Auburn last night. So they go 1-1 on the West Coast swing, 3-point loss in Los Angeles to a good USC team. They dominated Washington from the get-go, 84-61. Bruce Pearl after the win for the Auburn Tigers last night out in Seattle.
You know, obviously, we're going to feel a little bit better about ourselves. Washington is not a great team, but, they beat Colorado, who beat Tennessee. They've got to win over St. Mary's. They're good. They're not great. So it's a game we kind of needed to have. I told the guys before the game, we got to have this. Like, I know we're on, we want to go to the NCAA tournament, right? Well, we do. We got to have games. We got to win games like this. It's a really good road win against a past 12 club. And it was everybody. Our inside guys did great. Our guys did great. We made shots. We defended. Our guys should feel good about the progress we made on this trip. I thought we played better at USC too.
Yeah, Bruce Pearl there handling the feedback in his headset there really well. As a broadcaster, that's hard to do. They did have 4 in double figures, and Broom and Williams leading the way. Wendell Green played almost 20 minutes in the contest, so he's getting a little healthier. 14-0 run, Christmas break, SEC play, Florida up next for them. The biggest upset in modern college basketball history. We'll talk about that after we talk to Matt Hayes. More football coming up in the next segment. But it happened last night, and it was one in that Vegas people were scratching their heads on, so much so they didn't even have a bet where you could bet that team to win it outright. That's how big of an underdog they were. Our friends at Nichols Outfitters bringing you part of the show today. It is still time to secure your valuables for 2023, your firearms, and a lot more with a safe from Nichols Outfitters. Right now at Nichols Outfitters, they're offering 25% off in-stock Browning and Champion safes that will potentially save you hundreds of dollars. Safely secure your firearms, valuables, gold, cash, and heirlooms. Anything that you hold in value can be safer in a Champion or Browning safe from Nichols Outfitters. And there's never been a better time. 25% off right now at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. That's exit 242 right there in Pelham. Go in, pick up that gift, walk out. Nichols Outfitters, we know outdoors.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you know nothing else about me, you know I love great food. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. My favorite neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. It is located in the Greystone Shoal Creek area. You can see more, make a reservation, or give the gift of fine dining at oakhouseeats.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And also by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Charles Barkley's own company here locally in Birmingham, 8 times distilled. Drink responsibly this holiday season. And remember, our friends at Redmond can get you dialed in with great holiday drinks right now. Go to their social media. They've got all the recipes up to entertain family and friends this holiday season with our great friends at Redmond. Speaking of friends, I appreciate Matt Hayes so much joining us today. Most of you know him from reading his work over the years, including right now at Saturday Down South. Also does sports talk radio in about an hour down in Jacksonville on 1010 XL. Matt, thanks for being with us on short notice. I appreciate the time. I hope you're having a good holiday season so far.
Sure, Jim. No problem. Merry Christmas to y'all.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you. Your story today, NIL cash fuels craziest day of recruiting in college football history. As I read the story, some of the coaches talking to you, some were able to ride the wave, others are overwhelmed. Your big takeaway from what went on over the last few months in recruiting and yesterday was what?
You know what, Jim? I just think NIL has changed the game. I mean, until these guys get a handle on it, until all the boosters that are funneling these collectives start to get a handle on the rate of return, whether it's worth it or not for them to throw the money at these collectives, you know, it's going to be like this. How long will it take? 2 years, 3 years? Who knows? I mean, the way you have to look at this is typically you can look at any class, and especially like the top 10 classes. You know, all those blue chip guys, the high 4-star, the 5-star guys, not all of them make it. Some of them don't even play. So you're looking at these collectives paying top dollar for these players. Some of them, look, all you got to do is look at the history. I'm not going to play, and then your rate of return is nothing. It's zero. But I will say that's part of it. And the other part is this too, Jim. I truly believe good for the players, man. Get the money when you can, as much as you can, as soon as you can. Save it, spend some of it, because look, this is what the game is right now, and the players have been on the short end of this thing for a long time, especially since the College Football Association was broken up, and then the individual conferences started doing their own television deals. There's a lot of money out there right now. If you take the 4 media rights deals, or the 5 media rights deals of the Power 5 conferences and the playoff, it's almost $5 billion annually. $5 billion, Jim. And you're going to tell me the players don't deserve a piece of that? And that's not even – NIL is completely separate of that. So I have no problem with NIL and what's going on. And I will tell you this, eventually the players are going to get a piece of that $5 billion annually too. That's coming too.
Absolutely. When I was talking, I did that interview with Nick Saban when he did the rant about Jimbo Fisher buying every recruit last year back in the summer. And our reaction here locally was he was sending – a message to his business people. We've got to if that's going to be the way it's done, we've got to get into that game, in the NIL game. Do you feel like Nick Saban in the course of a year changed the way Alabama recruited? It was more like what Jimbo did.
Yeah. I'm actually working on that column right now for Saturday Down South. I don't know how else you look at it. And that's, the whole thing was, we were all distracted by the word bought, because that's a loaded word. We all know that's a loaded word. It has been forever in college football. So I think that was the initial hubbub. But I think what everybody overlooked is what you just said. All Nick was doing with that audience was saying, hey, pony up. Let's go. We need some money. Look what Texas A&M did. Look at that recruiting class. And now you look at this recruiting class. If they land Desmond Ricks, who's Eli Ricks' brother, he's a 5-star corner. They're going to be right at that same number as far as the 24/7 Sports composite as A&M was last year. So you're talking about nearly identical classes. And if anyone in Alabama thinks that this class is not NIL fueled and all those blue chippers have NIL deals, you're out of your mind if you think that's not what it is, because it is what it is. It's the same thing that happened to Texas A&M last year. And this is what I said last year too, Jim, is everybody was getting on Jimbo about this class and how they got it. Everybody knew the rules, and the rule is there are no rules. So Jimbo was just following the rules. Jimbo and his staff were following the rules. And, look, it will also get to the point, circling back to my original point, is it will also get to the point of the money will probably be close to even with all these guys when we're talking about the elite programs. It's then going to come down to who can recruit the player better, who can promise the player or prove to the player that they can get him to the NFL quick enough and developed and ready to go. That's what it's going to come down to. And Nick has proven, over the years that he's good or better than anyone that can do it.
I personally believe 1, 2, or 3 of these guys who committed to Alabama will take the initial money and then hit the portal and end up playing most of their career somewhere else. It happened a lot. Yeah. It happened a lot to Jimbo Fisher's recruiting class last year. Do you see that being a thing you think happens with Alabama and some of these other big classes?
Oh yeah, not only Alabama. I think all these top 10 classes that are all fueled on NIL money, that absolutely will happen. Here's a perfect example, like A.G. Hall. Where would he have been if NIL was this prominent of a deal when he came out of high school? Where would he have been? He would have gotten a deal initially from an Alabama collective. Then he would have gotten a deal Then he would have got a deal on the transfer from a Texas collective. Now he's leaving again. Here's another one, J.T. Daniels. If this was going on 4 years ago, he'd have gotten an initial deal from a USC collective. Then he would have got a deal from a Georgia collective. Then he would have got a deal from a West Virginia collective. Then he would have got a deal from a Rice collective. So yeah, this stuff is, believe me, it's only going to get more crazy and more convoluted, Jim. It's part of the sport now. And I know long-term loyalists and guys that have followed college sports forever. They don't like it. It's not what it is. And I know change isn't good, but look, at the end of the day, the people that are benefiting most from it are the players that are getting money for actually being the people out there that people turn that television to. So when the advertisers sell on ESPN, when they sell on ABC and NBC and the streaming sites, they're getting these people that are watching those players. And for some reason, for years, those players never get the money out of those media rights deals. So at the end of the day, the players are the guys that are benefiting from it, and we should all be happy about that.
Matt Hayes is with us. Saturday Down South is where you read him. You can also go onto their app and their website and listen to him every midday, 1010 XL down in Jacksonville, his sports talk show there. Dabo Swinney seems to be, less adjustable than Nick Saban is. He's not adjusting as fast and as nimble as the 71-year-old Nick Saban. Listen, faith is a personal thing. You can be as open about it or as private about it as you want. But Dabo's quote yesterday about God's name, image, and likeness is what his program is built on is not resonating with everyone. Do you think Dabo's missing a little bit of the beat here in where college football is today?
If you're talking strictly about him not using the portal, I would say, yeah, he's definitely being short-sighted. I think you've got to at least, if you can supplement what you're doing with a couple of key players, absolutely. Some coaches believe, though, it changes the dynamic of the locker room, and I understand that. He's probably one of those guys, and from everything he said, he seems like he's one of those guys, right? As far as his Christian beliefs, it doesn't bother me at all, because if for some reason that was a problem, players wouldn't go there. He wouldn't get players there. They wouldn't want to be part of that. Players actually, Jim, are going there because of that. So that doesn't bother me at all. And I know it's a big deal on Twitter, and everybody likes to take a shot at Dabo because he's low-hanging fruit. But, I mean, at the end of the day, more players, and I would say a majority of the players are going there because of his strong beliefs.
A few more seconds with Matt Hayes on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. A few more minutes, I should say, not seconds. That's a lie. I wanted to ask you about Billy Napier because that seemed to be the worst part of the bowl season now with the exits in the portal and the opt-outs and everything. There's Florida playing a motivated 9-win team already as a 6-6 team that just felt wrong going in, and then it looked worse on television as I watched that. I know you're close to that program. How bad of a look was that for Billy Napier in Florida, and does it resonate moving forward at all?
I think it certainly was bad, but I think you have to look at it this way, and I think this is what he's selling on the recruiting trail is, look, we were without our starting quarterback, our best defensive player. We were without our best offensive lineman. The guy was going to be a first-round pick in the draft. We had a bunch of opt-outs. We're playing a quarterback who hadn't played all season. This is what we were. We had to deal with it, and we were moving forward. There's no way we were going to quit the game and not play the game. We were just going to go play. And, look, that's what happens. He's got to recruit better, which he has. He's got about, I think, an 11 or 12 ranked class. But more than anything, Jim, he needs a quarterback. And I think he needs to go back to the way he used to coach his quarterbacks. Like, he can't sit there in a November game and it's third quarter and you got a timeout and it's third and 8, and, you're rubbing the back of your starting quarterback because you don't want to hurt his fragile psyche. I mean, you got to coach quarterbacks hard, man. That's what it's all about. It's what he's always been. He's always been that guy. And I think he kind of bent a little bit this year with Anthony Richardson because there's so much talent there that he kind of didn't want to, coach him too hard and put him in a deep hole. And that, you got to make a decision. That ended up being 6 wins, and that certainly wasn't good enough. They hope Jaden Rashada, this quarterback from California, is a guy that can play right away for them. And, they got to come in from Graham Mertz from Wisconsin in the portal. And I can tell you this, if Graham Mertz is starting for them in day one, they're in trouble. They're in big, big trouble because that's a guy who played poorly at Wisconsin and the easier of the two divisions in the Big Ten. He had 7 touchdown passes in his first 2 games, Jim, of his career, first 2 starts of his career. And since then, he has 31 touchdowns and 26 picks. And he's 5 touchdowns and 12 picks in 9 career games against ranked teams, Jim. And Florida played 6 ranked games in the last season alone. So, yeah, if he's starting for them, they got problems.
Before you go, I mean, I could talk to you about prime time or Dan Lanning doing a great job, but when Jimbo left Florida State, I really wondered what the future of Florida State was, and then Mike Norvell stumbled out of the gate and everything, but that dude has turned it around, it feels like, and it feels like sitting up here in Birmingham, they're on a lot firmer foundation than I think a lot of people thought they would be right now. Your assessment of what Mike Norvell has done in the last 12 months in Tallahassee?
He's such a good dude, too, Jim. I mean, just, he took so much grief there, man, especially considering what he walked into. I mean, Jimbo left a mess. Willie tried to clean it up. He got the kids started going to class at least. They weren't even going to class there. He got them going to class. They were just completely discombobulated on the field. They weren't recruiting well. He goes in there. His first year there, a month and a half later, COVID hits. Can't even see his players face to face. He told me something in spring, and I might be going a little long here. I apologize. he told me something this past spring, Jim, which was really revealing. He said, we just finished for the first time a full college football season where everything was normal. That's recruiting, playing a football season, recruiting again, and then going into spring. This was last spring was the end of that. Think about that. And this was now he's deep in year 3 at this point. So I think they too have to get better at recruiting. I think they're not where they need to be. I think they're building that new football facility, which will help them. But what he's done there, and I think what Jordan Travis has helped him do there, because he has a quarterback now. He's got a guy that's a difference maker on the field. And frankly, the ACC is really bad right now. So they've got a chance to make a move there, to make a move to the top. It's impressive, man. It's impressive what he's done considering what he walked into. I'll tell you that.
He's Matt Hayes. He's going to go do his work now. We appreciate him helping us with ours today. Matt, enjoy Christmas, and we'll talk to you in the new year, okay?
Thanks, Jim. My pleasure. Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas. Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South. You read him every morning there. Most mornings there, I should say. He doesn't write one every day. But him and Connor O'Gara, great friends of the show, and we appreciate him spending time with us today on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. If you're like me, my Christmas shopping starts officially today at 1 o'clock for my family. I'm what you like to call a procrastinator. One of the people that bailed me out last year, and they're going to bail me out again this year, is our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa.
Yeah, that Christmas treat. This Christmas treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit, just down the road right here. So you can get down there quick. At the Summit Shopping Center is right off Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person a gift online 24/7. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
Yeah, basketball last night. I told you about Auburn's win. We heard from Bruce Pearl. UAB's in action tonight. Andy Kennedy's team, a 10.5-point favorite as they play tonight at Bartow. That game's at 6:30 at Bartow. We encourage you. We've had Andy on this week. We've had Jelly Walker on this week. All that's podcasted. Go watch the Blazers tonight. Great family experience. They start conference play Charlotte tonight, and the Blazers a 10.5-point favorite against a really good Charlotte team. So that's a good contest tonight if you want to go down and watch that. But last night, you gamble a little bit with our friends at mybookie.ag, right?
I do.
There's a thing called a money line, right? Where regardless of for those that are watching that may not understand, money line is?
Money line is basically you're taking them to win straight up.
For no points or anything, straight up, and there's odds to that.
Yes.
Last night, Eastern Illinois was playing in a basketball game against Iowa, powerhouse Iowa in basketball. They were such a big point spread underdog. Most websites and Vegas casinos did not even have a money line on the game. You could not bet them to win it outright because they figured it was a waste of time. 31.5-point underdogs. Eastern Illinois was. And guess what? They won the game 92-83. As a 31.5-point underdog, EIU, Eastern Illinois, right there, has a game of their life, and they go out there and they beat Iowa 92-83. It was by 30 or more point underdogs. Teams were 0-558 in the modern era of college basketball. 30 or more underdogs. It's a mismatch in a game that probably should not be played. It's such a big mismatch. 31.5 on the point spread. And 0-558, and they won the game outright last night. It's being called the biggest upset in modern day college basketball history, bigger than Chaminade D2 in Hawaii beating Ralph Sampson's Virginia team.
I went to Action Network to see if anybody had a money line bet on it. FanDuel and PointsBet were the only two that offered it. DraftKings didn't, Caesars didn't, MyBookie didn't, BetRivers didn't. Plus 8,000 at PointsBet, so that'd be 80-1 money if you had bet on this. Nobody bet on this probably because what'd you say it was 0-558.
Yep.
That's wild. But yeah, you said that they didn't have a chance to bet on them for like the national championship or anything, or money line. I'm sure Tony Romo's offended with that. It's the only Eastern Illinois person I can possibly name.
Yeah, and that goes back to wherever you play football. If you're good enough, the NFL will find you. At Eastern Illinois, they found him. So a big win last night. for Eastern Illinois in an amazing upset. Another upset happened in a bowl game, too. South Alabama still has not – they've never won a bowl game in the history of their career. They're now, I think, 0-3 all-time in bowl games. South Alabama was a slight favorite against Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky got them last night, 44-23. Austin Reed's a guy that was in the portal for about a week at Western Kentucky, the quarterback. He came back, went to practice, and played the game last night and threw for over 500 yards in the game. Could not be stopped early on. Western Kentucky beat South Alabama. Still a 10-win season for Womack and the guys down in Mobile. A really good year there. When we come back, Rockstar has our not our viewing menu. Rockstar has our 4 downs today. We'll get to Rockstar's 4 downs. Lunsford will chime in on that. We'll talk a little bit more college football. Chase Goodbread from Tuscaloosa will join us at the top of the hour about Alabama's recruiting class. The show being brought to you in part by a couple of folks. One of them, our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, and by our friends at New York Butcher. I'll tell you about Greystone Chiropractic. Lunsford will tell you about our friends at New York Butcher. Looking for the perfect Christmas gift? Ladies, you can get your guy that cryotherapy package at Element Wellness Center right there in Greystone, just off of Highway 119. 10 sessions right now for $350. It is the ultimate gift for the man in your life. And guys, if you want something for your lady, she will love the Wellness Infusion Package. Buy 3 Meyer's cocktails, vitamin infusions there for just $3.97. More info on the devices, services, and a lot more they offer at elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me. And our friend at New York Butcher, well, the 2 locations, they'll dial you up with some great food this holiday season.
Yeah, Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting. 2 locations, like I mentioned, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Again, no Bud Light game night tonight. We're going to do our 20th and final one when everybody's back in town sometime in January. So no Bud Light game night tonight at Steel Gastro Pub. We'll be there later in January. We'll let you know when we go out there to kick off a playoff weekend. We kick off the NFL weekend tonight, Jacksonville and the Jets, a playoff implications on both sides of the football. 7:15 tonight on Prime. More on that game coming up a little bit later on. Over in the chat room, Paul says he lost last night, but he's back on the horse tonight with Air Force. You do have the game tonight, Baylor and Air Force in the Armed Forces Bowl, 6:30 at ESPN. Paul, I hate to tell you this, but you know I'm really good at picking games. I like Baylor in that contest tonight. I don't know about anybody
Smart
else.
choice, Paul, taking Air Force.
So you're going Air Force as well, or are you
no,
just playing? Are you just fading Dunaway here?
You landmine. So.
Okay. I like Baylor tonight, so anybody who wants to place their bets accordingly, feel free to go ahead. Paul's already on Air Force. I like Baylor tonight. You can bounce out there. I think has there been 10 games? I think I'm 6-4 in my bowl picks right now. So you can go play tonight wherever you want to do that, including our friends at MyBookie. If you'd like to do that, Lance will send out his free lock every day at The Lance Taylor. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It is Hemp Hill Services. Adam and Chad, they have built a championship team over there that fixes it right, and they fix it at a fair price. You can't beat that for customer service. Plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, it's Hemp Hill Services. Call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Rockstar's 4 downs in a second. I did see where Avatar, is it Avatar 2 or has it got something else called?
Way of the Water.
Way of the Water, okay. That it opened up the box office $134 million the opening weekend. That seems like you guys told me, what was it, $2 billion to make or something?
It costs like between like 450 million or something like that.
Okay, so they're going to get that
It's the most
back.
expensive of all time, but with marketing and everything, I think they have to hit $1 billion to start making money.
So a slow start if they got to hit $1 billion. 450, they may get that back. But I saw on Sports Center, they brought back sports science, not as good as it used to be, but they were, some of the Navy SEALs and others were teaching the actors how to breathe underwater. The average person can hold their breath about 45 to 60 seconds, without some training. Kate Winslet, with the training they've done, set a record by any actor or anything ever in a movie. She held her breath for 7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yep.
7 minutes and 14
Is there
seconds.
anything she can't do?
That's pretty amazing, though, right? And most of the cast got up to where they were close to 5 minutes at a time. They could hold their breath without the apparatuses and the bubbles and everything that would impact the underwater shooting. How amazing is that?
That's what's so impressive about Avatar to me, is that it's not just all computer generated and it's all just fake. It's actually the actors doing it. Now they motion capture, put everything on top of them, but to see stuff like that, it's fascinating to see how they do it.
Yeah, so I just found that amazing that Kate Winslet can hold her breath underwater at one point for 7 minutes and look good doing it, look good making love on top of a washer in whatever movie that was. But Dustin says she probably can't cook. It's always something,
Not
right?
very good looking on Mayor of Easttown. She was a little disheveled.
Just a little rough on that one.
Yeah,
we all
stressed.
We all age at a different rate. Let's do
It's
four.
getting old.
Rockstar's 4 downs away from the sports world today. We've already talked to James Spann about his relationship with Nick Saban and Matt Hayes. That's podcasted for you. Vulcan Tires brings you the 4 downs.
Yeah, visit any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto. Get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations are online, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
What screams insecurity, but most people do not realize?
I'll tell you, in God honest truth, my most insecure times in my life was probably the first 20 years of my career. I just felt like I wasn't worthy enough, good enough to have the jobs I've had. Maybe the first 25 years of my career. Just in the last few years, am I not an angry person at work? And I think anger directed at people is a sign of insecurity. And I will just, from personal experience, when I used to get mad in the newsroom at NBC 13 or at CBS 42 or at Jocks, oftentimes it was my fear of losing my job, not being able to provide for my family, and I was insecure in my own skill set, my own self-worth, that I lashed out to others. So I think sometimes anger towards others is a huge red flag of insecurity.
I think when you take something that isn't about you, or never was about you, never will be about you, like, Argentina winning the World Cup, you start posting things about you with that. None of us have a thing to do with the World Cup.
Oh my God, I've got a person you need to follow on social media.
I have a lot of people I follow on social media that do this exact thing. But taking anything that has nothing to do with you, but then making it about you, like any event happens, well, I remember when I did this,
right?
And it's like nobody cares. We're all about the event that happened. Nobody cares anything that's about you, but you're so insecure, you're trying to make everything about you.
It was like stuff like, I remember I went to Argentina as a 15-year-old and had that picture, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Thinking about the Argentinians and their great win reminds me of this time when I was in Argentina.
Brown and I have a mutual friend, and I will not call out his or her name, but they work in the media. And every big event, you'll see them in that team's jersey or an old picture of me interviewing that person. And it all comes back to one of my biggest moments in my career was when I spent time with so-and-so or in this. And
it's like Alabama loses to Kansas State. Like, I went to Alabama, I'm an Alabama alum, all that kind of stuff. But I say, well, I remember when I was in Manhattan, Kansas, and, I did such. It's like, no, I'm an Alabama person. They lose. I'm not going to sit here and talk about Kansas State and make it all about me all of a
sudden. Dustin says arrogance is a sign of insecurity.
True with that.
Second down.
What was ruined by rich people? Let's hit the beach.
I mean, a lot of people. 30A is not what it was.
No,
I can't afford 30A anymore. I've been priced out of my favorite place on the planet.
I'm going next week just because it's half off for wintertime. That's the only reason we're going now.
You don't have to hide your money, dude.
It's half off. That's the only reason we're going. We wouldn't go during the summer because it's too expensive.
We're doing well here at Double Down Media. It's fine.
Yeah. For me, the answer is sports.
I can't argue with you.
Sports at all levels. On the lower levels, probably ask Scott more about this than me, but like travel ball and stuff like that. How much money has to be spent to to travel around and do things to be noticed. I mean, I feel like football and basketball, the big sports, are maybe a little different. But every other sport, I feel like it's all about how much money can you possibly spend to put yourself on a certain level.
No, Forrester, don't give us dollar figures, obviously. But, I mean, you guys are asked to do what with travel softball, even travel cheer, travel volleyball, all the traveling you're doing with your two daughters. I mean, nobody pays for those weekends you're out on the town at a tournament, right?
Right, and it's out of control. There are a lot of people who whose kids are talented enough to do these things, but they've been priced out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, but see, I'm not going to be one of those people like, Thompson, for instance. My high school, it's different than when I was in school. I mean, we had your traditional gym, your traditional brick and mortar field house, your traditional high school football stadium with your track that sometimes was good and sometimes it had bubbled up and you couldn't run on it. It was a typical high school back when I was in school in the 80s. I mean, it's a small college now, but I'm okay with that. Somebody paid for it. Somebody wanted to do that. That's okay. I'm not going to begrudge them. Obviously, Alabama football is different now than it was when I started covering them. When players were still living in a football dorm. I mean, it's different now. So I'm not going to say everything is worse because of money, but there are certain things that, like going to a stadium. When I go to a Falcons game, I am so pleased to get a reasonably priced hot dog and soda, right?
How big a deal was that when they built that new stadium and said they're going to do that? Everybody's like, how can they even afford to do this? Because nobody else does that.
And listen, you go to a game right now, and I have not eaten in the concession stand at Auburn, but I usually jump because I love concession stand food. When I'm at Bryant-Denny, it's just convenient for me to pop out and buy concession stand food at Bryant-Denny. The prices there are freaking unreal. Same way at Coleman Coliseum for basketball. I don't know how the prices are what they are. I'm sure it's not Greg Burns' fault. I'm sure it's a second-hand, third-hand vendor or whatever, and taxes. And I'll blame it on Walt Maddox if you want me to. I'm sure there's some other reasons why, but it is ungodly the price of concession stand food right now in Tuscaloosa.
Third down.
What item is normal to have one of, but very concerning to have more than one of?
I can't say my original answer.
Ooh.
But it's the first thing that came to mind.
Repeat the question one more time.
Dirty mind.
What is the item that it's normal to have one of, but very concerning to have more than one of?
Wives?
Yeah.
It would jump
it's very concerning. That way has 6 wives.
Yeah.
I was going to go simple and just say cell phones. Usually you have a second cell phone because of your second wife.
Don't you have multiple cell phones?
Nope.
No, just one?
This is it. I've thought about getting an Android phone just so I can work on our app on an Android phone, but that's it. But even still, I just don't want to carry 2 cell phones around. But normally when you have a second one, it's not for good reasons.
Yeah. Now listen, if you're watching us and you struggle with our Android app, TuneIn Radio is a great place to go. Other than that, if you're an Apple person, our app is 99% 5-star.
An Apple phone, therefore I haven't been able to work on the Android app because I'm only one phone guy.
But Android, I mean, it's so hard to get the app right there. TuneIn Radio for all you Android people out there. Pritch Law went a wife as well on that. Cats, says Dustin.
We have 2, not by choice though. There's only 2 pets.
One is fine. You have multiple. You're all of a sudden the crazy cat lady.
Yeah, I think once that gets to 3 or 4, 3 cats is insane.
I think cats per person. So like you got 3 now. So I don't know. I think if you went over 3.
Yeah, I'd never.
Well, you can't say never because if you got 3, you easily could have 6.
Well, the problem was, here's the problem. When we got the first one, they always say, won't you get 2? And I was like, no. I was like, well, she said, well, hey, 2 is the same as 1, essentially. And no, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, see, the big push in my house now is we've got 2 dogs, small dogs, but one is, Charlie, who used to be the young dog, and older Baxter. Baxter has passed. Charlie's now the older dog, and little Angus is the 2-year-old. So we have an 8-year-old and 2-year-old, and one is a mixed breed rescue dog, and then Angus is a long-haired Dotson, very small dog, who plays well with big dogs.
Have they ever met the ladybird?
They have never met the ladybird.
It's like the queen.
But Angus, Maggie now, and all the long-haired Dotson people are saying, oh, Angus needs another dog his age, his size to play with. Because Charlie will play with him like once a day, maybe, and he wants to play all the time. And everyone's saying, you got to get another dog, got to get another dog, got to get another dog. Maggie and Harper, the women in my house, are all in on getting a 3rd dog for the house.
Well, see, that's what happened with our first cat. I was going to work. We were both going to work, and we were gone all day, and when I get ready for work in the morning, the cat would play with her reflection in the mirror, like and I was like, man, I think she needs a companion, something, because she's alone all day. So we got a male cat who she cannot stand, who constantly mounts her and bites her neck, and she hates me for it. So that's where we are right now.
That's my move.
Yeah,
the biting of the neck.
Just biting that neck, and just the ungodly sound she makes.
By the way, if we get a third dog and it sleeps in our bed too, I'm out. I am sleeping in the sports room the rest of my life.
That may be the plan.
That may be the play by Maggie. Yes.
4th down.
Okay, speaking of which, what is something everyone should know before getting into a relationship?
Bite her neck.
Yeah.
The nape.
Neck biter or not. See what? That's too much. Never mind.
I love when he says it himself.
Well, see, Maggie doesn't listen to the show, right? But some of the other folks that she's around do.
It gets back to her.
Like a couple of the pastors at our church listen to the show, and they'll walk in and they'll say something. But for instance, like she'll bite me back, thinking that for instance, she doesn't like me to bite her on the shoulder, just not in those ways.
It's a nibble.
Just like we're watching a movie or something. If I bite her on the shoulder or something,
it's not sexual.
I'm a biter. She'll bite me back like I'm not gonna like that. I'm like, dude, I'm all into that.
You pierce the skin. That's good stuff.
I was about to say, start getting bloody after a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. What's happening? I would love to have a reality cam on you too.
Well, she hates me. She really does. She dislikes me. I bug the crap out of her all the time, and my kids. I am not easy to live with. What was the question again?
You need a third dog.
What was the question again?
What is something everybody should know before going into a new relationship?
Credit card debt, I think, is one. Before you get married, credit card debt. Don't be surprised when you get back from your honeymoon, and you know your new wife may be $5,000 of credit card debt or something like that. That's good. I think you should spend time. Not speaking from personal experience, but I think you need to spend time with the other person's family a little bit.
That is true.
Yeah.
Because you may not get along with that family, and you may love their daughter or husband. Not speaking on my behalf, but you may get along with the daughter or husband, but you may not get along at all with say her dad. And that could impact your relationship tremendously. So I would say spend some time with the family too.
That's a good answer, Dunaway.
Good answer. I would just say, going in, know that you can only control what you can control, and that your partner can only control what they can control. Stop trying to control anything that you can't control.
Yeah, it's great advice. Great advice. And that's Great Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 5 locations, that new one now open in Pell City. We'll get back to basketball. Remember our friend Andy Kennedy and Jelly Walker. They got basketball tonight at Bartow. Go check them out. 6:30 at Bartow. That is a 10.5-point favorite for UAB tonight. Bad news for Arkansas. If you're an Arkansas fan, you'd already lost Trayvon Brazile to an ACL. Their big 5-star freshman, Nick Smith, is dealing with a knee injury. He's now being out indefinitely. So Nick Smith looks like he's going to miss the start of conference play, and we see how much he misses going into the season. I had Arkansas as the team to beat in the SEC. Now without Brazile and for a little bit of time, Nick Smith, that's open at the top of the spot in the SEC race there as well. We get back to some college football news, and we'll hear from Dabo Swinney, Trent Dilfer still to come, and the big commitment from Travis Hunter. All that is straight ahead. Chase Goodbread joins us at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to call home for school for your son or daughter, make it Montevallo. New buildings going up all the time, including that multi-million-dollar theater department. Right there. My daughter's part of that department there. They got a new business school, broadcasting school, and 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports right there at the University of Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour and find out why you belong at Montevallo at montevallo.edu.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for the big red building off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. And follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter. Merry Christmas, y'all, from Jack's Western Wear.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
You know, I think there was some concern about Tony Mitchell, a guy you've covered at Thompson, wavering a little bit. He was called yesterday by one recruiting analyst, Mike Farrell, the godfather of recruiting, MikeFarrellSports.com. as a flirter. Texas A&M, maybe a flip to Auburn, ends up staying with the verbal commitment to Alabama, signs his paper, sends it in. I think there was still some concern at some point he would take NIL money from Alabama and then hit the portal again, and that may happen down the road. But about 10 minutes ago now, he tweets out, "I'm ready to get to work. #Roll Tide." He's not a guy you think will initially be on the field day one in Tuscaloosa, though, right?
No, I mean, and it also depends who all they end up with. I mean, there's the talk that Desmond Ricks could end up there. He's signing today. Thought he was going to LSU, and maybe that'll change some things or not. And then Cormani McClain, the cornerback, I think he's committed to Miami, but Florida's going after him. Deion Sanders now making a big run towards him, but Alabama was also in play for him. So it kind of depends who all comes, and you know, they could have a whole class of basically the entire defensive backfield, but I feel like he'll be a guy that, you know, a couple years in will end up being a good contributor. He was injured a good part of this year as well for Thompson, so it's hard to get a good read on how good he'll ultimately be at Alabama.
4 DBs that could quickly be on the field at Alabama, and they get McKinstry and Arnold back at the corner. So that and the offensive line, some positions of needs when you don't no longer have names like Battle and Helms, and you think Branch ends up going pro. He's a first-round projected guy. He hasn't made an announcement yet, so there's playing time to be had in Tuscaloosa at the DB position. We'll talk to Chase Goodbread about that at the top of the hour. What Trent Dilfer said yesterday after you tell us about Dr. B, how he's helped LT out.
Yeah, with age for most comes hair loss. Lance asked around, and everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He set up a consultation with him and his team, and they performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B is the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. After Lance got his results, he and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting to go over the options. They chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of his hair. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Give him a call today, 205-319-0316.
Now, again, Trent Dilfer is even later than some coaches on getting the gig and taking over at UAB. So he's, you know, not a full recruiting class. You can't judge what he's going to be down the road and what you've seen so far. Malachi Holt Bennett's a transfer from Indiana. I have high expectations for him at wide receiver in the portal. The portal, again, you'll get a whole influx of players going into the portal again when bowl season is over with, and then some more even after some spring practice. But end up with 7 signed letters of intent yesterday, 3 more expected to come today, all in the 3-star range. Here's Trent Dilfer on what he's trying to do down at UAB when it comes to building recruiting classes this year and in the future.
We're about the people. And you guys might say, oh, he's Jim is Dabo Sweeney talk again. You can say that all you want. I really don't give a shit. That's who we are. And that's how we're going to roll. And I could give a rat's ass if other people have better product and better presentation. Nobody's going to beat us on the people. And I think these kids are recognizing that.
Trent Dilfer brings with him that Elite 11 quarterback experience. It'll be interesting to see how that helps the quarterback position down the road. Talented group already that has helped UAB get these wins in recent years, but you would imagine with his connections, the sky's the limit at the quarterback position.
He had the backup when he was at Lipscomb Academy this year was Matt Hasselbeck's kid. I think it was Matt, not Tim. One of the Hasselbecks, right? One of the Hasselbecks. He was the backup quarterback at Lipscomb. I assume he'll be the starter this year. They kind of moved in and helped him build that program there, but that's just one of the ties that obviously he has to a couple NFL quarterbacks there, and could bring somebody like that to UAB and could bring a really good solid quarterback into UAB once he does have that full year to actually recruit.
They're heading off to the American Conference, which is a step up. Supposedly from Conference USA. We will keep an eye on UAB's progression there as Trent Dilfer settles into that job there. Again, I'll remind you, basketball happening tonight. He did make one comment, and Jeff Goodman and others tweeted this out yesterday, and it's always a fine line to walk when you're at UAB because some of your financial support comes from people who are also Alabama and Auburn people. Some of your fan base, some want to be a little bit of both. They want to be Alabama and UAB or Auburn and UAB. But then there's a whole group of people now, a couple of generations that have grown up with UAB football. So you have your own fan base now. and something you didn't have in the Jim Hilliard days. You were having to build your football fan base. UAB has that now. So you can make a comment like this and it not be headlines, but it did, have a lot of people looking yesterday. Joe Goodman from our friends at AL.com, UAB football coach Trent Dilfer today, we're looking for the best players in Alabama. If they go to the University of Alabama, that's awesome. But we're going to be the next best option for them. And instantly a lot of Auburn fans were like, whoa. But Trent Dilfer, he's not afraid to step on toes as he takes this job.
Well, that's still part of the system, so I guess you go with Alabama first and then UAB second. But, I mean, and they got some good players. Amari Thomas from Pinson Valley's pretty good. Cam Shanks, wide receiver from Prattville, is pretty good. So, kind of the guys that maybe slip under the radar that when you look at the top players from the state of Alabama, it's, 7 of the 10 go to Alabama. You had like Peter Woods go to Clemson. You have a couple go to Clemson, Georgia, Auburn, kind of Tennessee, some of the other teams that from around here that recruit. But then if you can get, to the teens and the 20s and get players like that to go to UAB, that'd be really, really solid. And they got some. Bill Clark was able to get
his ties in the state with high school coaches was valuable for UAB.
Right. And honestly, I think the fact that they played Thompson this year, Lipscomb Academy played Thompson, they got him in state. And looking at the best program in the state and playing them. And I think the fact that he's been around high school football, he'll be able to get some good from around the whole Southeast. But in the state of Alabama, if he can get those players in the teens and the 20s to come to UAB like Bill Clark did, then we're looking at some solid guys in there.
That's why I think that Elite 11 is so crucial for him, that experience, because he's been dealing with high school coaches, evaluating those players and inviting them to that camp for years and years and years. So Trent Dilfer is settled in down on the south side. Let's do Rockstar's viewing menu. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. What Rockstar is watching tonight, you got a bowl game at 6:30 on ESPN, the Armed Services Bowl, Baylor and Air Force. What else Rockstar is watching after you tell us about New Life?
Yeah, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 or visit danielmooreart.com.
Paramount Plus is finally releasing Maverick. This has been, the movie that was made in 2019 and teased from COVID and one of the biggest hits of the summer, biggest hit of the year. Going to be nominated for some Oscars, which is crazy that a Top Gun sequel is going to be nominated for Oscars.
It was a feel-good movie, man.
And I'm guessing if that's going to start a wave of 80s nostalgia, just like the Stranger Things, if all these movies are going to be redone. But so tomorrow on Netflix, because we're out tomorrow, The Pale Blue Eye, the new movie with Christian Bale and Robert Duvall, a veteran detective investigates a series of grisly murders with the help of a young cadet who will eventually go on to become the world-famous author Edgar Allan Poe. And then for Lunsford tomorrow, also opening in theaters, I Want to Dance with Somebody, the Whitney Houston biography.
I want to dance with somebody.
That movie, it's either be really good or really bad.
It's currently sitting at 44%.
In that case, I guess
and
really bad.
Something else is opening tomorrow. Babylon with Brad Pitt and Margot Robbie.
See, I want to see that,
yeah,
but
so that
we're going to see it.
You're going to go see it in theater?
Yep.
I was wondering if I was going to see it in person in theater or wait for it to come streaming. They come to the stream so fast nowadays. All right, that's the first half of the show. James Spann and Matt Hayes have been with us. Chase Goodbread joins us next to talk about Alabama's recruiting class. Our conversation with Justin Hokanson yesterday, right before Hugh Freeze's announcement yesterday of his recruiting class down at Auburn. You can go get that podcast at nextroundlive.com. The show brought to you by Alabama Power, making it easier than ever for you to pay your power bill. They now offer digital wallets, so you can choose to pay with any of these convenient options. You got Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. It's easy, it's secure, and it's reliable. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount, alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. If you know nothing else about me, you know I love great food. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. My favorite neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. It is located in the Greystone Shoal Creek area. You can see more, make a reservation, or give the gift of fine dining at oakhouseeats.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second half of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 31 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew. It's been a while since I've been by. What game? What was the last game I was down for? It was playoff game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
First round, second round. Second round,
Vestavia.
Second round playoff game, Vestavia. It's the last time I was down in Alabaster for a little Champy's fried chicken. Swung by and got a big order to go home and enjoyed that night, and then more for my tailgate the next day. You can do the same year-round. Sterling and his crew open and ready for you right there at champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. You can't beat them in those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Paul writing in, UAB's announced the signing of Daniel Harris, 6'6", 186 defensive end, 186 at 6'6", thin at defensive end from Palm Bay Magnet High School in Florida. 4'4", 40 guy. Another commitment there for UAB. So, Paul, thanks for sending that in. He is a 4-star recruit by some services there. So that would be the highest rated recruit for UAB in this class if he pans out when it's all said and done to be a 4-star commitment. So UAB continuing to add to National Signing Day. It's always a good time to remind you, you don't have to sign on the first day, which is yesterday, National Signing Day. You can sign today, tomorrow, for a few weeks here. It's just an open window there. I'll hit your headlines after Lunsford tells us about our friends at Simpio here.
Yeah, we started this venture up here. We needed help getting things going. Simpio was there to help. Simpio takes care of things in every office. When a business joins, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year. There's no annual contract. That being said, been in business over 3 years with a 99% retention rate. Give them a call, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
All right, Rockstar will call up Chase Goodbread now. I forgot to send Rockstar a number. That's on me. That's why Chase isn't here to start off the hour. In your headlines, we got Travis Hunter, who was the number 1 recruit last year in the recruiting cycle, who surprised everybody and went to Jackson State / cornerback wide receiver. He picks Colorado in his transfer destination, so he sticks with Coach Prime, and he heads out there. Alabama has the number 1 recruiting class according to the 24/7 composite. Georgia is number 2. Texas, Miami, and Ohio State round out the top 5. Let's talk about that Alabama recruiting class and Alabama football with Chase Goodbread of the Tuscaloosa News. Chase, first off, my apologies for being 3 minutes late. I forgot to give Rockstar your phone number, and he was sitting there going, can't call the dude Dunaway if you don't give me his number. So
no, Chase, it was on me. The other number I had was old. So.
No, it's on me. It's on me, Chase.
It's on me,
Chase. On me, Chase. Chase, thanks for taking time being with us, man. How you doing?
I've been a lot later than 3 minutes coming on the radio at times, so don't worry about it.
Hey, first, before we talk about National Signing Day, Alabama wrapping up practice today, and I assume it's the traditional. They'll gather again together to fly down and do the rest of their work in New Orleans. Is that right? Is this their last practice in Tuscaloosa, or do they have one at the Christmas break before they head to New Orleans? Do you know?
I believe they wrap up and then head to New Orleans right after Christmas. Yeah, of course, the game being on December 31st, and I'll be getting down there myself on the 27th, which is Tuesday. So yeah, as soon as the holiday's over, states get pulled up, people head out of town.
Yeah, Chase Goodbread, Tuscaloosa News, is with us, and we'll talk National Signing Day in a second. But this does seem, it's not a playoff game, but there does seem, and I'd love to know your feelings about this, a little more energy from this Alabama team preparing for this bowl game as opposed to some of the other non-playoff games in the past. Does it feel different right now, the preparation?
I think the decisions by Will Anderson and Bryce Young to play in this game energized the whole roster. It would have to. Those guys being named permanent team captains like they were, deciding to stick around and play one more game that they really don't need to play. They're both expected to be really high draft picks, not just first-rounders, but high first-rounders. So, yeah, I do feel like there's a little bit more energy with this team, and I think that's got quite a bit to do with it.
Yeah, I'm interested on how you sort of react to National Signing Day yesterday. Just big picture, first off, just having the number 1 class again after everything that was said about Jimbo Fisher and Texas A&M last year, with Alabama getting back on top with Nick Saban and a non-playoff year. Just give me a big picture feel for you about this Alabama signing class.
Well, for me, I think Nick Saban showed that he's still the master recruiter in the game, right? I mean, he's 71 years old. You've got NIL coming in, which has kind of flipped things upside down in the recruiting world and all different kinds of ways. And yet here he is not only turning in another number one class, and he's had quite a few, but one that was number one by a pretty wide gap, if you look at it, between Alabama and Georgia. Now, the way these players are graded and the way these signing classes get stacked up, of course, you're going to have busts and you're going to have guys go in the portal in a year or two. That's just the nature of it. But to put together a class like they did, 6 5-star guys, 6 5-stars, plus the top JUCO guy in Malik Benson, the wide receiver, who plays a position where Alabama could definitely use some quick help. It was a pretty monster performance. I do always enjoy, though, seeing these re-rankings 2-3 years down the road, where, the number one class maybe doesn't always finish that way, or the number, but it's always replaced by like the 4th best class or the 5th best class. You never see the 23rd best signing class re-ranked 2 years later as the best class. And the point there is that whether you're 1 or 2 or 3, as long as you're up near the top, like Saban is on an annual basis, you're going to end up with as many elite players as anybody.
Do you think there's a lot of carryover from what coaches learn around the Alabama recruiting system that they carry with them to their programs? Not as much X's and O's, but the recruiting scheme that Nick Saban uses. Because if you look at the 24/7 composite, Alabama, Kirby Smart is at 2, Sark's at 3, was there in Tuscaloosa. Cristobal is at 4 there. Dan Lanning's at 7. Do you think that may be the biggest takeaway, the recruiting that coaches leave Tuscaloosa with?
I think every coach that leaves Alabama leaves with a notebook, and I'm sure there's a handful of pages in that notebook that have to do with the way Saban handles recruiting, because he's the best at it. He's very systematic about it. He's NFL-like about it when it comes to the physical qualities that he's looking for at each position. He's got minimums for height, weight, speed, and other factors like that at each position. At the same time, you're also talking about programs like Georgia and Texas that recruit themselves. Absent somebody leaving Alabama to go take a job at a Georgia or Texas, you'd still expect those programs to be up there pretty high. But I do think that Saban's recruiting system definitely gets implemented, at least in part, at a lot of other places now.
Which position impressed you the most? Which one was that Alabama needed to hit a home run class on, and you think they did it?
Probably edge rusher would be the most impressive, and you can't necessarily say that they've got a hole there, because even with Will Anderson leaving, you got Dallas Turner coming back, and some talent there, Braswell, et cetera. But to get Keon Keeley in the last week or so before signing day, he was a 5-star guy who just about everybody wanted. And then the Quay Rousseau kid from Montgomery Carver that jumped on board there late, Yanzi Pierre. It definitely got some guys on the edge that can get after the quarterback. That's a premium position. I think other than quarterback itself, getting guys who can rush the passer is as much of a premium position as there is on the field. So definitely that'd be one area.
They did sign 2 quarterbacks, and they've got 2 quarterbacks on the roster that's seen some playing time, but you are replacing Bryce Young after this Super Bowl, Sugar Bowl game, I should say. Do you feel like Alabama is still looking maybe for a portal quarterback, or do you think that coaching staff, and I know this is just your opinion, is comfortable going to battle with one of those 4 or 5 quarterbacks?
It'd be a 5-alarm news for sure if Alabama went in the portal and picked up a quarterback. That's not something I would expect. I don't know that I'd be stunned by it either, but I do get the sense that Saban likes these two he's bringing in, Eli Holston and Dylan Lonergan. And, of course, the two coming back, Ty Simpson, Jalen Milroe, going to be in the mix as well. And you got to keep in mind that it could get thinned out even further before next fall, because there's another transfer portal window coming in April. It's the last half of April, and it essentially gives players across college football a chance to bail after spring practice if they don't like where they're at on the depth chart. And so it wouldn't be shocking to see one of the two incumbents returning, Milroe and Simpson, maybe hit the portal. Quarterbacks are an impatient lot by nature, so that'd be something to watch for as well.
Chase Goodbread, Tuscaloosa News. You can read his stuff there online. And the guy's been covering both Alabama, the NFL, and a lot of stuff for a long, long time in the area. Before you go, I want to ask you about the defensive backs. There's still, talk maybe one more guy to come in, the 4-star Desmond Ricks, who's committing today from IMG, and then the guys they've already brought in. You're losing some familiar names, Battle, Helms, probably Branch to the NFL. That to me seemed like a very important position as well.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think Brian Branch is almost certainly headed for the NFL. He's definitely going to be graded by NFL scouts high enough to do so and make a lot of money pretty quickly as an NFL rookie. So, yeah, they've got a lot of experience to replace in the secondary, particularly at the safety and star spots. And so, yeah, you could see, Caleb Downs, one of those 5-star recruits coming in this class. He's a guy who could potentially come in and give him some help right away at one of those spots. Jaleel Hurley at corner, keep an eye out for him too. Now, Alabama probably will bring back Eli Ricks, and I think Kool-Aid McKinstry obviously will have things locked down on the other side. So they do have some returning experience at the outside cornerback positions, assuming Ricks comes back, and I don't think that's a given. But that said, they're definitely going to have some room for playing time in the middle of the field back there.
That's Chase Goodbread, man. Chase, Merry Christmas, man. Happy holidays to you. Safe travels if you're heading anywhere, okay?
Merry Christmas. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Chase Goodbread, Tuscaloosa News, with his time today on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Already James Spann and Matt Hayes on the show. Still to come in the final hour, Herb Winches and Brad Crawford from 24/7 Sports. We'll talk to them in the final hour of the show that is being brought to you today in part by our friends at Bromberg's. It's that silver box right now. Still get by there and get that special gift right there in Mountain Brook.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. See our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and that Summit. You can also view their online store today, brombergs.com.
Always interesting to hear people. He went with edge rusher. For me, it was the DBs. That was the place that I thought Alabama needed to find some instant help, and they've signed a lot. Alabama's been very quiet in the portal so far. We'll still see if Eli Ricks is back into the portal or if he's off to the NFL or if he's back with Alabama. Desmond Ricks, a different guy who could commit today. I was looking at the 24/7 projections on that, the crystal ball beforehand, and they're projecting Alabama as his destination. So that would add to this recruiting class. It's always interesting. Did you think DBs? You think O-line? Where did you think it was important?
I thought DBs mostly because I just go back to Tennessee getting torched down the field by players like Jalen Hyatt and seeing people like, of course, I watched Tony Mitchell all year, knowing he's going to be going to Alabama. I did the same thing last year with Jeremiah Alexander. He went on to Alabama, and we'll see if he ends up playing. Traquan Fagans went to Alabama. Aaron Suttles mentioned it when he was on a couple days ago. It's been a good pipeline from Thompson to Alabama as far as the best in-state guys. And watching the defensive backs at Alabama, knowing this is a pipeline for Alabama moving forward, I was looking forward to those players moving forward because the secondary is something that I felt like we didn't play great this year overall. I mean, in the trenches, especially on the offensive line, hasn't been great either, but that's something I feel like can be fixed, and there's a couple pieces here or there. But secondary as a whole, outside of Kool-Aid really, I thought had a lot of holes in it, and I'm glad those were filled for the most part. But
with young guys, though, we'll see if the portal is some DB work there as well. Offensive line, very talented in this group. Number one in the recruiting class right now. Michael says, I think we need help at wide receiver. We'll see what's coming. I don't know if they're happy with the people they have in this class and who are already staying in the room in Tuscaloosa, or if they'll go portal or not for those receiver guys. NFL conversation in just a second after Rockstar tells us about last night at Odie's. Trivia night last night. Usually pretty good crowd around a holiday. Was a good crowd last night?
We had a really good crowd last night at Trivia. Come to Odie's at Wednesday nights. We do it from 8 o'clock. A little bit after 8 o'clock. Get all the best cocktails. See Will Haver and the guys at Odie's in Crestline Village.
Yeah, I love Odie's right there. Let's do our Pepsi NFL kickoff to the weekend. We'll start with tonight's game. You get the Jaguars and the Jets, playoff implications on this side, 7:15 on Prime. First thing I'll tell you about the game tonight, they expect up to 2 inches of rain during the game tonight. It's supposed to be just a flood of a game in New York. So Jacksonville and the Jets in New York, earlier this year, an inch of rain fell during the Jags game with Philadelphia. And Trevor Lawrence had 5 turnovers, 4 fumbles in that game. So that'll be something to watch tonight if you're betting on it or if you're watching it, cheering for the Jaguars. 2 inches of rain, Jags and Jets tonight.
So I shouldn't start Christian Kirk tonight?
A lot of rain. I wouldn't start anybody fantasy-wise tonight.
He's been good for me, but I think the Jaguars are going to end up winning this division over the Titans just because when you're a fan of a team, you hate that team more than anybody else because you see all the holes a lot more. How many times do Alabama fans watch and see all the holes? Auburn fans watch and see all the holes. I'm the same thing with the Titans. I've become a Titans hater. I think I'm going to stop being a Titans fan and just watch football for football. But the Jaguars, they got to win tonight over the Jets. I know the Jets are still 500 trying to get into, but the Jags are looking pretty good overall. I know they've had their mistakes, and tonight me playing Christian Kirk and Trevor Lawrence, who knows? But I think the Jags are turning around and looking pretty good right now.
1 game back as we do our Pepsi countdown to kickoff in the NFL. 1 game back of Tennessee is Jacksonville as they play tonight. By the way, the Titans, who play host this weekend, who do they have this weekend?
They have the Texans.
The Texans. That's a good time to be playing them. But
still probably an L.
Word comes out that Ryan Tannehill's likely done for the year today. Ankle injury, which could impact that race. Malik Willis will get the start. And they've brought in Josh Dobbs. He'll be QB2 the rest of the way. Detroit, Rockstar's Detroit team playing Carolina. Playoff implications on both sides of that. The Lions, the favorite on the road here. They've been scoring a lot of points. Carolina is a team trying to stay up with Tampa Bay, the Buccaneers, in that race in the NFC South.
What's his name? Who's the quarterback for Carolina that was at USC? Is he the franchise now?
No, he's moved on, right?
That's why I was playing with him the other day.
Who are you talking about?
Sam Darnold. Is he not with the Panthers anymore?
He may be. I thought they'd moved on to somebody
else.
He
was talking as Baker Mayfield. I may be completely wrong. I swear I saw Darnold playing the other day.
I think he still is.
Maybe so. They're spinning a wheel there, quarterback.
What I can't wait is the news.
They're so bad I don't watch them.
The DirecTV news that came out today.
Well, that's what we're going to get to next. It is in our Pepsi countdown to kickoff. There are some people who do this show, Lance and Brown.
The Brown's the one I'm more excited about.
They have said for years the only reason they're on DirecTV is the Sunday Ticket. Well, the word has come out officially that Sunday Ticket is leaving DirecTV. Give us the details on where it's going and what's happening money-wise.
Yeah, so it was announced today that YouTube TV will now carry NFL Sunday Ticket. So basically Google is buying it. Google, this is the stat that blows my mind. Google will pay the NFL $2 billion a year. That doesn't blow my mind. That's
$2 billion a year Google will pay the NFL for Sunday Ticket.
And I think it's worth it to get this away from DirecTV. But Google's going to pay the NFL $2 billion a year in a 7-year deal for Sunday Ticket. But based on 2021's revenue, Google makes that much in revenue every 3 days.
Now, say that again. They're paying $2 billion to the NFL. Google does what now?
Google makes that in revenue every 3 days.
$2 billion every 3 days. Wow.
That's not net, but still, that's a lot of money.
Google's got a lot of money, but what I'm excited about is I remember several times on this show, Ryan Brown has said, I am so tired of people telling me to get YouTube TV. I'm not going to get YouTube TV because I can't change the channels, and I don't want to have to do on the internet. So I would love to see what, and especially Lance too, see how they react to YouTube TV.
I want to see him try to access YouTube TV every Sunday and try to find a game.
There you go.
Yeah.
And he tries to run with 7 TVs at one time. That's hard to do with YouTube TV.
This thing, man. It's like, Lance, you're on your phone. That's not even a remote. What? I don't know what to do.
Man. That's our Pepsi countdown to kickoff. We appreciate our friends at Pepsi getting us ready for every NFL weekend. When we come back, we will jump in to trash. Let's see. Lance isn't here. He usually reads trash. Ryan usually fills in for Lance. Let's bring in Taylor Korn from our social media command center. Taylor will read trash when we come back on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
My friend Bernie owns it, you know.
Really?
Yeah. If you ever need, I can hook you up.
It's the same as, what's that other sushi?
Never know. Back with you on the next round. Taylor Korn playing the role of Lance Taylor today. We'll read trash in a second. Reluctantly sliding into the studio. Hope your mom Gina's watching. That she's
sure she is.
cheering for you. We'll do trash in a second. I got one note that just describes my relationship with my wife. If you followed the show for 13 years, I am the most female of our relationship. My wife, does all the manly stuff, like rewiring things and
manly stuff.
Changing the oil,
all that stuff. She's good with tools and that stuff. She has just sent me a text, and I will read it to you verbatim to show you the relationship. She sent it to me after you tell us about our friends at Buzzed.
All right, BUZD is the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama, first-of-its-kind service. Found in your app stores, BUZD. Use code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order.
My wife sends this, the wife in the relationship sends it to the husband. I know you'll be excited. New season of Emily in Paris just dropped. She doesn't watch the show.
Oh, that's awesome.
Can I just say this? You all back there yesterday and said, hey, did new season of Emily in Paris drop?
I knew it was coming soon.
I don't know.
I knew it was coming soon. She sends it to me. She doesn't watch it. Emily in Paris. I'm excited about Emily in Paris.
What was your response?
I wrote back exclamation points.
Oh, God.
I'm excited about it. Dustin, Taylor making Auburn proud. Got the Auburn basketball on. Were you able to watch any of the game last night? Pac-12 Network?
I tried to. I was at dinner. I was pulling my phone out for updates, but it was a friend's birthday, so I felt kind of rude.
Yeah.
But no, sadly. And I was not in a restaurant with TVs. So.
Good win, 84-61 over Washington. We'll talk more about the games tonight. Jacksonville, the Jags and the Jets. Football is back tonight, Baylor and Air Force. But as we do every day at this time, it is Trash with Taylor.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Home values are on the rise. Pursue our sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent and start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking to our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right has the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions and guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of your current housing market visit by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today or call 205-815-9200.
All right, so the Surrey Police have put out a guide as part of a campaign to make parents more emoji aware.
Uh-oh.
Because there is a secret world of emojis that have extremely concerning meanings.
Okay, I've got it right here on the screen. A series of these, or they all individually mean these things?
Cannabis is everything. Anything, like a damn strawberry is cannabis.
Now, you're young. Do you ever send your friends like a cookie emoji and actually mean cookie? Or do you mean cannabis when you send cookie emojis?
Well, I don't think that I've ever sent a cookie emoji, but if I were to, I do not think that I would be talking about cannabis. I did not know that had any relation.
Okay, so I'm looking at a clover leaf, which makes sense. A maple leaf, which I don't know. Lemons, watermelons. Tell me more about this. What's happening?
So they said that within the last 2 weeks, they have been trying to raise awareness because it will help parents realize that their children are referencing drugs and sexual behavior. So the police force is trying to help these parents. And the examples, as shown on the screen, a eggplant or peach might represent sex. An alien might, not always. An alien or a mask might mean MDMA. Interesting.
Okay.
Scary. A power cable drug dealer.
Oh, wow.
Concerning for parents.
So if
That just means Jim needs the TV rewired.
yeah. So seriously though, if I found on my kids a text, I'll meet you guys at the summit with a power plug. He's bringing his latest shipment to deal it out. Is that what's happening?
I guess so. Not that I know of, but
Now the third emoji over on the sexting.
Those are raindrops, I think.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are 2 cherries next to it.
Yeah.
Which also means cannabis too.
Yeah.
So that's confusing.
I love
Very
ketamine.
confusing.
Ketamine's a good, just a horse. It's ketamine.
So what, Rockstar, if I go peach, eggplant, the raindrops, and a cigarette afterwards?
I think you mission accomplished.
Yeah. And a nap. Usually quickly.
Nap quickly after.
Yep.
Okay.
What is next?
The nose emoji for cocaine is great. They just have the nose emoji there. I'm not beating around the bush. I need my candy.
Okay. A local man named Brian Chevalier is celebrating his 3rd No Heat November.
Oh, wow. This is Brown. Brown doesn't turn it on.
No, well, he is taking it to extremes. Wears 2 pairs of socks to bed and 7 blankets. And last year he made it till December 3rd. 2021 he held out until December 19th. And as of right now, he is still going.
Oh, wow.
His house is usually between 42 and 45 degrees Fahrenheit.
Does it say where he lives?
He lives in
Rhode Island.
Yeah, Rhode Island.
Okay, that's
Coventry, Rhode Island.
So that's more challenging there than it would be here. I mean, you can make it through November here, no problem, without turning the heat on.
I don't know about no problem.
Well, I've had at my apartment. I've had it cold enough when I lived there, waking up and you could see your breath.
Yeah,
and that was awesome. But once you have a companion, they're like, "No, we're not doing this anymore."
My house is the opposite. My house is now like this because of my companion. I like it hot in the house, and my wife likes it cold. I'll wake up at night. Sometimes she'll have turned it off, and it'll be in the 50s in our house.
Yeah, that's the way it is in our house. Maggie is the one that likes it cold, and my son. Meanwhile, all the kids are home from college right now. My daughter and me, we're in beanies, hoodies, and sweatpants.
He has to make that message. Make that message across.
Yeah. I came in yesterday, and they all laughed at me because I came in, probably got home about 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I threw on pajamas and a sweatshirt yesterday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was not going anywhere else the rest of the day. Yeah.
That makes it hard to get out of bed in the morning. I like sleeping when it's cold, but then when I get up, I'm like, I can't get out of bed because I'm warm.
Oh.
When I get up, I'm going to be freezing.
Yeah.
I'm not. But he does save up to $1,000 of heating fuel. He's using kerosene, which is only $7.99 per gallon to heat his home.
That's old school.
But I don't. Is that worth it? Is it worth the torture?
I would say no, and that seems very flammable to me. Like that kerosene could blow up at some point. I'm not sure I'd be heating the house with that.
He ain't using it.
Yeah.
But Brown, I mean, if Brown was here, he'd tell you he believes in no heat in November. He fights to not turn that thing on.
That's crazy. I don't like that. I don't support that.
Oh, look at you.
For Lance.
You may want to give it a little bit more juice next time. You shot that one like I was going to make an Auburn basketball joke. No, look at that serious face.
Not funny. Okay. Christmas came early for a New Jersey woman who hit a big jackpot in an Atlantic City casino.
Well, real quick, let me interrupt you, Taylor, just to set this up, because I asked this to Lunsford last night.
I was way off.
Dunaway, you're a poker player. If you were playing, let me see, at a poker table and you won $1.6 million right there in cash, how much would you tip the dealer?
If I won $1.6 million right then, I would tip the dealer. I'd give him $5,000.
Okay, go ahead, Taylor.
Well, she tips $77,000 after winning.
I only said 1,000.
1.6.
Yeah.
But the tips are pooled, so this dealer does not get all of it. It is split among 250 people.
Yeah, okay, but she didn't really help me at all.
No,
now,
she was just being generous.
If she'd helped me a little bit along the way, like, do you really want to split those, whatever, or she was leaning me along the way, I may tip her a little bit more, but I know it seems bad, but she's trying to take my money is what the dealer's trying to do. And I'm giving her $5,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice too, but.
So you think I should give her more?
No, I mean, I don't know.
I'm just curious about how she arrived at 77.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so
Weird
random.
number.
Yeah.
$77,000.
Very random. But I think that's nice. I think 77,000 might be a little much, but I mean, if that's what she's feeling, then.
It's $300 a
She's-
person if it's spread out 250 people. It's only $300.
Yeah, that's relatively speaking, it's a big tip for them.
Is it though?
Well,
I don't know.
Not to this lady.
Before I leave, they're going to take half of my money from me. Before I even leave the casino, I've got to go by the window and fill out a tax form, and they're going to take half my money from me.
Well, this lady probably had a few drinks in her, so she might wake up the next morning and be like, "Why did I give them $77,000?"
Yeah.
It might have just been in the moment. She was excited.
Yeah, like I bet I'm not leaving that casino. I'm probably walking out with $750,000.
Which is still fine for me.
Yeah.
That's a good day.
Yeah, I never
Very.
win. I never win when I'm leaving a casino. One time.
Very good day. Okay, this is a good one.
No, give me a throw. I want to see the throw here.
Okay, more juice.
Shorter than the first one.
I need to crumple.
You gave more of a crumple.
Okay, next time.
That was very Evil Knievel Snake River there.
Gotta get some weight into that bad boy.
I need to exercise is what I need to do. Okay. An $11,500 toilet. Would you spend ever that much money on a toilet? If you had unlimited.
Well, you walked into somebody's house and you saw this.
Look at that thing.
I don't
looks
think
like just like a little box I'd get for $10.
Yeah, I'm shitting in a box.
Well, what does
Honey,
it
did you
have?
turn the LED lights on? Yeah, they're on.
The LED lights. It has a bidet that can wash from both front and back.
Oh, wow.
UV lights for cleaning. Control over the temperature, position, and pressure. And it automatically mists to minimize residue. Has auto flushing, auto deodorizing, a heated seat, and an air dryer with an emergency backup flush. But that's, I think,
How much am I paying?
$11,500. Cheap. And Alexa.
That looks tiny, though.
Alexa, like, will the lights blink to music as I'm sitting there listening to
It
it?
just depends on the mood you're in. Like if it's a constipated mood, I'm sure it's just
Yeah. If I after my Hungry Man meal yesterday, I needed those
How did that turn out?
LED lights needed to be red. Need to be breaking news.
Breaking news. But I just don't. I think that I could have unlimited money, and I think that is probably one of the last things that I would buy.
Me too.
I think that's
Well,
unnecessary.
It's Japanese. It's from a Japanese company. They are Japanese are obsessed with toilets and toilet technology. It's crazy what they're obsessed with, and they're trying to bring it to the States.
Why though?
Who knows? They're also obsessed with KFC. Like it's the traditional Christmas
Well, that
dinner.
goes well together. KFC and
KFC for Christmas Day is a huge thing in Japan. Like they wait in line to get into KFC.
I'd like to have a huge smart screen on the wall in front of me as I'm there doing my business. It would give me the daily news, like whatever we have at the gas pump. If you would do
Cheddar
that for
news.
me, if you would do that for me when I'm on the toilet, that way I don't have to take the phone or a magazine or anything. I can just get a quick 2-minute update on what's going on in the world, and then an automatic flush, and I'm out the door.
Well, that's what this says. It says, have you ever been avoiding everyone in the house and thought, I wish Alexa was in here with me?
Oh.
No,
So-
never.
Me either, but I mean, apparently someone has.
Yeah, no doubt Maggie would walk by one night and I would be like, Alexa, tell me a story.
No. Like, what kind, Jim?
Taylor.
Looks like it's gonna be a long story.
Okay.
You got it, Big Daddy.
And last but least,
That's what Alexa calls me. What does Alexa call you guys?
no, I don't talk to Alexa. I don't have conversations
Ever?
with Alexa. No.
By the way, everybody's Alexa is going off right now. I changed mine to where I say computer instead of Alexa. So it's like
now yours is going off.
It's like computer. Tell me the weather.
Smart.
Just, if y'all want to do that, it's easy.
Lunsford can help you out with that. Okay. Scientists say that bad breath can be cured by eating 3 things that are found in most people's kitchens.
Okay.
And that would be yogurt, sourdough bread, and miso soup.
I'm not a miso soup fan.
I love miso soup.
I'm a clear soup. I like the clear soup more than the clear soup is so good.
What is clear soup?
They usually have an option between miso and clear. Clear is just basically broth and some mushrooms. It's basically broth.
I like the miso. I'd like to replace the what is that? The square chunks.
Oh, tofu?
I'd like to replace the tofu with chicken.
I don't like, I just eat the broth basically. I don't eat any of the stuff in it.
Yeah. Bread to me though, usually if I'm eating bread like shown in the picture there, I usually feel like I'm leaving with worse breath than I started.
Same thing with yogurt, because yogurt's got dairy and it's got milk in it, and you're going to have that film.
Nah,
that you're
yogurt
gonna have
gives
that
me.
bad breath.
I eat a cup of yogurt every morning. It gives me a little. After my coffee, it gives me a little sort of restart the day.
Yogurt?
Yeah. But I will tell you, yesterday when you brought me that meal, the one thing that I realized I need up here that I don't have, and I used to have when I was at Jocks, a microwave, yes, a toothbrush. I don't have a toothbrush here, and I need one awful yesterday. It was horrible.
What do y'all think about having a company toothbrush? We all just
whoever needs it.
Yeah.
I'll hold it. I'll hold it out in the lobby.
Yeah.
But it says that it clears the plaque that's responsible for bad breath on your teeth and tongue. So I don't know, but I don't think that if I felt like my breath smelled bad, I would go for any. I wouldn't be like, I really wish I had some miso soup right now. Like,
Me
just
either.
Eat some gum.
Yeah. I got
Or mouthwash.
I got mouthwash in the
great.
car. Yeah.
Mouthwash. You should have used that after you're hungry. Whatever that thing
It's
was yesterday.
4 floors downstairs. I didn't want to send anybody to the car to get it for me.
Oh, well, what am I here for?
We have elevators. It's okay.
And pickles and kombucha too.
Oh, gross.
Those three are the main. But a pickle, I also don't see how that works.
Oh, I eat kosher pickles, and it's already has garlic in it and stuff. There's no way that helps my breath.
Pickles are so gross.
Get that big pickle in the gas station that's in that Ziploc bag with all the juice.
No.
Are you getting it at the state fair on a stick, on a hot dog stick?
No, the pickle. One of my friends is in Chicago right now, and was eating what is it? A Chicago dog?
It's a Chicago dog. Her friend.
My friend Lily.
Lily's in Chicago, and she sent a picture out on social media. She was at a famous place eating a Chicago dog, and it's got the pickle on the dog with the slaw and the peppers and everything. And
But the pickle looks like it literally looks like it was a pickle in a hot dog bun. I saw no hot dog, and I was like, "What in the world are you eating?" It had all the hot dog toppings, but it just looked like a pickle.
I wrote Taylor's friend back. I said, "I bet this is a hard no for Taylor," and I sent it to Taylor, and she's like, "What is that? No way!"
It's disgusting.
Oh.
Okay.
Is that it? One more?
No, that's it. That was good.
That was better.
But no, that's it. And trendy tea kombucha. But
and that is trash.
Just kombucha.
Trendy tea
Yeah.
tea kombucha.
God, you should do this more often. I thought you did a fabulous job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Last throw.
That was better.
It's improving.
Still haven't made the wall yet.
You're so gentle, like you don't want to even like.
Well, I feel like there's some fragile things in here, so.
No, just
a paper ball is gonna break it.
Okay, Lance moves the camera.
Yeah, Lance breaks things.
One more time.
Okay.
Got to get really tight. Now throw it hard. Hit that wall over there. Let's see it.
Okay, here
Try
we
to
go.
hit the camera. That's
better.
better.
At least.
That was good.
At least got it to the glass.
Yeah.
Brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes. Like Lance, I didn't have my thing. Let's see. With rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender.
Charles, can you read Charles's comment, bottom of the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room? Taylor throws better than what?
Any Auburn quarterback.
Okay.
That's not nice.
He said what? How many of Taylor's friends do you text with, Jimmy Inappropriate? I DM one of them. Is that the only one?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. The only one that I know of.
Champy's Chicken brings you this hour of the show. Highway 119 in Alabaster open for lunch right now. Taylor jumps into my DMs and see who I've been talking to next, right here on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
I got suckered in yesterday. One guy said if I get to 100,000 followers, I'll tell you where I'm committing. I'll commit on my YouTube channel. That's Travis Hunter right there. He got to 100,000. We'll show you where he committed, how he committed, after I tell you about our buddy Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. First, let me tell you, for anyone listening, he does a free no-cost roof inspection. Absolutely free, no obligation. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. He and his wife want to thank you for your being a customer in 2022, wants to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and blessings. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, best warranties in the business. Insurance companies trust him. He also wants to say a special thank you to all military personnel, whether you're active, reserve, or a veteran of the military. He's got some free services for you and your roof, just to say thank you for your service. You call the same number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. If you know a veteran, send him that number or just tell him to look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Travis Hunter was the number 1 recruit in 2022. He went to Jackson State with Deion Sanders. He plays corner. He plays wide receiver, two-way player. Deion goes to Colorado. Travis says, man, I'm going to think about my options. Georgia, maybe, somewhere else. Well, I follow Deion to Colorado. Get me to 100,000 followers on my YouTube channel at DB3_tip. And I will tell you live on the air where I'm going to school and sign for you. Here's how it went last night.
Let's get to the nitty-gritty, itty-bitty. I did what I said I was going to do. So I'm signing right now. And your boy is officially
committed.
Your boy officially a Buffalo.
It should be noted, Doug.
Whose room is that?
His girlfriend's room, yeah. Who's also going to Colorado with him.
She's a Buffalo.
So good for him. He's heading out there.
Color me shocked.
Deion did a really good job for only being on the job basically a week, 2 weeks out there as well. And then there was this from Dabo Swinney yesterday talking about name, image, and likeness. Where was Clemson? They were 11th in the 24/7 composite. Is that low, normal? Where do you think Clemson is? That seems
They're
about
usually low because he rarely actually gets to the number of 25, and it's all based on how many people you have and the quality of them. So he usually is only like in the teens or something like that. So I'd say that's probably normal for him.
Yeah, so he's an 11, back in the Orange Bowl. Will they get Tennessee coming up? Dabo Swinney yesterday when asked about NIL with the Clemson Tigers.
We built this program on NIL. We really did. And it's probably different than what you're thinking, though. We built this program in God's name, image, and likeness. And that's how I look at it. So as things have changed, God has always been, the foundation of what I do. And so, we've been dealing with his name, image, and likeness for a long time. And I think as this new era has come forward, God just continues to bless us here at Clemson.
That is Dabo Swinney. He wears his faith out there, much like Bobby Bowden did at Florida State. It works for him. The reality is Clemson not in the playoffs this year, much like Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa. And some people now are wondering, does Dabo need to get a little bit more aggressive in the college football NIL? Does he need to get more aggressive in the portal?
I think you need to give it another year. I think the fact is DJ just wasn't the answer at quarterback, and now they maybe have an answer. I don't know if Klubnik's going to be the answer or not, but he clearly played better than DJ did. And I think that's where it fell apart. They've always had really good quarterbacks. Deshaun Watson, incredible quarterback. Trevor Lawrence, incredible quarterback. They've just had solid leaders on that offense, and they haven't really had that. And I don't know that Christopher Fazina, after seeing him this year, if that was it, I don't know if he maybe was the recruit equivalent of framing it up once you kind of know where you're going and kind of fall apart. But Briarwood this year was not that great. I watched him a little bit. He was okay, but wasn't what I think when I think college football playoff quarterback. Paul Tyson's coming in to basically be a GA, not a quarterback. So I don't know if Klubnik goes down, what that's going to be like or who that future is going to be for him. But that's where I would be most concerned because, bringing Peter Woods in was his number one recruit, one of the best defensive linemen, I think the best player I've ever seen in Alabama high school history. Bringing him in, able to get two of the top 10 guys with bringing Vizina in too. He's obviously recruiting his state pretty well, brought in Marion Parker from Central Phoenix City also. So
yeah, he does well in Alabama as well with his history here.
And look, that's what you got to do because, Georgia's taken some top guys from Alabama over the years. Obviously, you got to be able to recruit that SEC footprint, which they're still in, and he's doing an okay job with it. He just never gets enough players, and I feel like the depth hasn't really been there for him.
Yeah. All right. Herb Winches joins the show next. The godfather of sports radio in Birmingham, Alabama, friend of our show. He will join us from Nashville is where he is today. And we'll talk to Herbie coming up on the other side. Football tonight, Mike White not playing. Zach Wilson expected to be the quarterback. Jaguars and Jets, 7:15. Precision Sports will get you back in the game.
Yeah, 'tis the season to make your plans get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start out 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of our live show today. Jim Dunaway, John Lunsford helping us out in studio today. No Brownie, no LT. They're back with us on Tuesday. Rockstar, am I right? Are we doing a best of? Did I hear somebody discuss a best of show at some point?
We're going to do a best of. It's going to be different this time. We're going to have a bunch of our Mystery Fifth Hours compiled into some stuff so people can hear the Mystery Fifth Hour, what we do with that, and that'll hopefully turn them on to the podcast of Mystery Fifth Hour. Something different because it's not dated.
That's right. And that'll run tomorrow in place of us. So our next live show after we're done in this hour comes on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Central. We'll be back with you, and it'll be National Championship semifinal playoff week when we come back from the Christmas break. But we're about to talk with our man Herb Winches, the godfather of sports talk radio in Birmingham. But first, our friends at Johnson RV Center want to remind you that if you're wanting to get out in 2023, the best way to do that is a wonderful RV or camper from our friends at Johnson RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman or exit 334 in Decatur. They've got a few of the 2022s left. You can save up to $36,000 on those 2022s right now because they got to make room for the 2023s to come in there. The model year closeout continues. Go online to johnsonrvcenter.com, johnsonrvcenter.com, and they want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to our friend Herb Winches, who joins us from Nashville, Tennessee, Music City on a Zoom. Man, it's nice seeing you, Herb. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, and Merry Christmas, Jim, to you and John and Rockstar and all the group doing such a great job at the next round, and I appreciate you having me on, especially this time of the year. You must be low on guests.
No. I wanted to talk about your career because so many fans of yours are watch our show and listen to our show, but there are some other headlines I want to talk about before I talk about some of your career moments I've always wanted to ask you about and never have done it over the years. So I'll fanboy a little bit in a second. But first, Alabama gets the #1 recruiting class again. Nick Saban, they were only #2 last year, but he was adamant about how the game had changed, and he was challenging the business people of Alabama to we got to get into the NIL game. How do you think it changed for Nick Saban, and what did you think of that recruiting class yesterday?
Well, there's every year because, he has a birthday like all of us. And when he turned 71, everybody said, when's he going to retire? Well, I think he answered it yesterday by signing the #1 class in the nation. And I guess you could just finish off by saying, any questions? No, because Nick Saban is who he is. He's the greatest coach of all time. For him, this year, people were saying it was a little disappointing. He finished 10-2. How many teams would love to do that every year? But we're so used to seeing him be in the championship race. So he didn't make it this year. Alabama still had a very rewarding season. And the one telling thing that I think is very important in this day of portal and opting out for the bowl games, the thing that impressed me the most is his two best players, Heisman Trophy winner Bryce Young and Will Anderson, a great linebacker who's going to go, both of them early first rounders. They decided to play in the Sugar Bowl against Kansas State. And I want to tell you something. That tells me all that any of us need to know about the job that Nick Saban and his staff do to bring those kind of players, and they still want to be loyal to Alabama. That tells me everything.
I believe Auburn got themselves a really good recruiter in Hugh Freeze. When that was announced that Hugh Freeze was going to be the Auburn coach, what was your impression, and what do you think will be the future for Hugh Freeze down on the Plains?
Well, I think it's very bright. He had an outstanding out of the box, and I couldn't help but notice the one thing that when I went to a few games this past season, and I know that offensive line had been together for a couple of years, but I got to be honest with you. I think Tank Bigsby, he would have had a much better season if he had a better offensive front in front of him. He didn't. And the thing that stood out to me is Hugh Freeze signed a ton of offensive linemen, including a lot of JUCO players who'll come in ready to play. And I'm sure he's going to look at other things in the portal now after we get through this early signing period. And he went for defensive linemen and a really big class here. And I think he's done extremely well for the short amount of time that he's been there. I think he did all the right things, and especially with offensive and defensive players. And he even picked up a quarterback, Hank Brown. that committed to him at Liberty to back up Robbie Ashford. We don't know how that battle is going to work out. But the thing about Hugh Freeze is he knows the SEC. He's been around it a long time. And I think this is a real good start for him and his staff.
And I like the fact he bought a lake house on your lake down there before he even got the Auburn job. So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, he could join Bruce Pearl, who comes to the landing all the time.
Yeah. Oh, there's 100% you'll see Hugh Freeze at the landing at your place down there. Herb Winches is with us.
So.
JohnsonRVCenter.com, JohnsonRVCenter.com. He's joining us from the city of Nashville. Trent Dilford has just left that area to come to UAB. I know you love the UAB program. You were very close to Bill Clark and that program. Bill's moving on now. And here comes Trent Dilfer, Super Bowl winning quarterback. What do you think of that hire?
Well, I was a little surprised at first, but knowing his success here in Nashville, as a matter of fact, I live our home is probably maybe 2 minutes to Lipscomb Academy. So I'm very familiar with the results and what he has done there. He won back-to-back state championships. He's a big name. He's won a Super Bowl. I think that'll help him in recruiting. I thought UAB played great in the bowl game the other day, and I'm glad they won. I think that's good for them. And there's a lot of positives with UAB, and I think he's going to be good for UAB. I'm still trying to figure out if Bill Clark's ever going to get back in the game. He's awfully young to retire, but of course he's vested in the RSA and he can live the rest of his life very happily, I'm sure, financially. But I'm a little surprised now that he's healthy again, that I just felt like I'd hear his name somewhere. But apparently he's happy in retirement. As a matter of fact, I saw where he and his family are celebrating Christmas in Hawaii, which ain't all bad.
That's not bad at all. Herb Winches is with us. I want to talk about your career, but if we have a lot of people that are going to make bucket lists or things to do in 2023, you've done about everything there is to do and seen everything there is in sports. One event that you would recommend people go see, like a Kentucky Derby or an Indy 500 or a Rose Bowl or something. For the fans who are making to-do lists for 2023 that are watching, you've done about all of it, Herb. What would you recommend?
I would tell you, if you've never been to a Kentucky Derby, the first Saturday of May, it's the king of sports. It's horse racing. And Jim, I'm originally from Louisville, Kentucky. I grew up about 2 miles from Churchill Downs. I'm a huge thoroughbred race fan. I follow it very closely. And I would say to anybody, if you're making that bucket list for this coming spring, put the Kentucky Derby on there and go and enjoy. Forget about it. If you don't know anything about the horses, it's the pageantry. It's the beauty. It's my old Kentucky home. It's certainly something that everybody should put on their bucket list.
Did you like Keeneland? You ever been to Keeneland? You've been to Keeneland, haven't you?
And I will tell you, I've been to Keeneland many, many times. And recently, as about a month ago, when they had the Breeders' Cup there. And I will tell you, it's become one of my favorite racetracks. Keeneland is different than Churchill Downs. They're only 80 miles apart. But Keeneland is where you dress up and you kind of show out a little bit. It's a very upscale crowd that goes there. Wonderful racing. And then, of course, Churchill Downs is a little more for the average man and for anybody. But still, Churchill Downs has its history of the Derby that started back in 1875 and continues to go strong every year.
Yeah. For those that don't know, Keeneland in Lexington, and of course Churchill Downs there in Louisville. That's Herb Winches, the guy who really started in Birmingham what we do here today, and we morphed it over here to a video and audio stream here on our digital platform, The Next Round. He's on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline and Zoom line today. Herb, there was a time when I was watching you back in the day, and help me with my memory here. At one point, did you get in a professional wrestling ring and wrestle a professional wrestler one time? Tell me the story behind that.
I did. His name was the Great Kaiser, and Sam Tenenbaum is his actual name, and his stage name was the Great Kaiser. He came to me and we discussed it about doing something. That's what I kind of built my name on. A number of, back then, you got to remember, Jim, there was a guy named George Plimpton, and what he did was called participatory journalism. And I thought that was a cool thing. So I said, I'm going to give some of this a try. And I did do that event. We did it at Bout Auditorium, which is still there in Birmingham to this day. We drew a huge crowd. And I got a lot of criticism for doing that and making it a shtick and doing everything that the great Kaiser and I did. However, the best thing is we raised a lot of money for that event, and it all went to Children's Hospital of Birmingham. But that was a lot of fun. I got, it's not as easy as you'd think. And we kind of rehearsed and choreographed everything, but he got me on an airplane spin, and then he floored me and the game was over. But I did, all of those things, I'm going back to.
Well, no, I want to ask you too. You did professional hockey too one time, right? Did you get in the goal?
I did. I was back in the old World Hockey Association, the WHA with John Bassett. He owned the Birmingham Bulls, and we were having a game, an exhibition game, hockey match with Team Finland. And I said, hey, do you mind if I can get in there? I'd like to try to learn how to ice skate and play goalie. Sure enough, they let me do that. And I got in the third period, and I only gave up 3 goals. I was proud of that. But, Jim, I go back to when it all started in 19, and I'm dating myself. By the way, I just recently turned 74. But I'm at Talladega, was just opening. And the second year Talladega racetrack was our NASCAR track was open at Talladega Speedway. They sent out a request that people could come there and set records. And I said, hey, this is fun. So at the time, much younger, of course, I put on a pair of roller skates. And to this day, I still hold the record at Talladega Speedway, because after that first year, they let all these people come in and set records, including myself. I averaged about 12.3 mile an hour around the 2.6 mile oval. What they did after that is they said, this is a liability. We're going to stop this immediately because so many people showed up. So guess what? My record still stands.
I wanted to ask you about that because you were with Channel 6 at the time when a lot of this stuff happened. When you would go and tell the boss, it's different now. They probably wouldn't let you do it now. But back then, what was their reaction to, hey, I'm gonna get in the wrestling ring. He's gonna throw me around. He's gonna. We probably didn't have workman's comp back then. What they tell you when you went and said, hey, I'm gonna do all this crazy stuff?
They thought it was great publicity, and we did get a lot of publicity for that, and it was very, very enjoyable. And I just think about some other things that I did. I rode a bull in a real rodeo that came to Birmingham. I also did the high trapeze with the Ringling Brothers Circus.
I forgot about that.
And then my most enjoyable thing, two things that stand out, Jim, is that I had a chance to play with the Harlem Globetrotters. That was one of the most enjoyable. I did it for 3 years in a row. And of course, I went up against the great Curly Neal, Meadowlark Limited, and these guys just accepted me. And I played for the Washington Generals, the team they always beat, So that was enjoyable. And then the thing that I really had a great experience with is when the Birmingham Stallions of the USFL back in 1983, when they came to town, Raleigh Dodge, the head football coach, Cliff Stout, Joe Cribbs, a lot of great players that went on when the league folded to go to the NFL. I asked them if I could come out and try out for the team, and I did a six-part series, and we named it the Paper Stallion. And I will tell you, that year I was named, along with the late, great Jim Fife, to be on the broadcast, the radio broadcast. He did the play-by-play, I did the color for the Stallions, but it endeared me to the players because I got my brains beat out with these guys, and they accepted me as a part of the team. And when we go out of town and say go to San Antonio, Washington, I always got a call from one of the players saying, Herb, we're going out for pizza. We'd like for you to go with. So that was one of the great things that I enjoyed about participatory journalism, is I got to do things like that. And of course, that helped me. That helped me in the industry of TV.
Yeah, absolutely. Because not to name names or anything, but before Herb came on my TV, basically it was just they didn't even really show a lot of highlights. They would read to me the sports, and then they would just show me a scoreboard, and that's all sports was. And then Herb came to town and modernized sports on television here in town. I wanted to ask you, because you and Joe Langston, the great Joe Langston, switched channels one time. We see players in the NIL now switching, and I asked this to James Spann when he was on with us in the first hour of the show. I mean, I know there's good things that happen financially when you switch stations and go back, but also there had to be some emotions about leaving a team, joining one, then leaving that team and joining the other, and the players experience that now. How emotional was that, making those switches back in the day?
And that was in 1980, and it was very emotional at the time. But the one thing that I can tell you, Joe and I accomplished, is when we left from 6 and went across the street to 13, we opened up the market as far as pay. Then they started saying, hey, if we're going to keep talent, we got to pay them more. And Joe and I think were responsible for breaking that ice in the marketplace. At that time, I think Birmingham was like a 47 market. I don't know what it is today. But again, yeah, it was emotional, and it was even tougher to come back. But we did go back to 6. And being honest with you, Jim, if there's one regret I had, I was afraid to be left alone, because Joe and I really worked well together. And if I probably wish I hadn't left Channel 6, but I had a chance to go back and work again there and under the same management, and everything worked out for the best. But years later, I look back, I say, gee, I don't know if that was the right move, but I was afraid not to go by myself. I've just felt like I needed Joe to be there with me, which he was.
Yeah, a great team you guys always were, and just a great part of most of our viewers and listeners' childhood or adult life. I appreciate the time so much. I know it's time with your family up there in Nashville, but you knew I was in a jam today, and I wanted to walk down memory lane with you.
I appreciate that.
You got a Christmas. Can Lance and I send you a Christmas gift? Is there a bottle of bourbon you want that we can send you a thank you?
No, I'm perfectly okay with that. Betty and I moved here to Nashville because we have 2 grandsons here now, and we felt like, at our age, we want to be able to spend more time with them. And I will tell you, Nash Vegas, as I call it, is a rocking place. We're enjoying it here. Of course, I love Birmingham. You know that. Spent 40 years there, but we just recently moved here about 2 months ago, and we love where we are. And then, of course, I'll leave here in March. We'll close it up here. And then, of course, I'll be at Lake Martin, and we're going to open for our 9th year at the landing at Parker Creek. We'll open in the spring, April the 13th. And I hope you'll come and see me like you do every year with Miss Maggie.
Yeah, I will. We usually make it down once or twice. My goal one day is to get a boat. I'm going to get a boat before I get a house, but I know the house is probably less expensive.
I got one you can use. How about that?
Yeah, I just want to come drive over to the landing and have some great food and drinks over there. Herb, thank you, man. Merry Christmas to you and Betty, and we love you. You know that. We love you very much.
Same here, Jim. Back at you. John, nice seeing you there. You do a great job. And, of course, I owe Rockstar a real apology, because the last time I was there in person, I rushed out of the studio, and I love Rockstar, and I forgot, and that bothered me that I didn't go hug his neck. So I'm giving him one of these right
I love
now.
you more than you know.
A virtual hug.
No offense taken. I know you're busy. I appreciate you said hello to me. It's okay. I love you, buddy.
All right. Tell your dad I said hello, too.
I will.
Okay. Herb Winches.
Love you guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Herb Winches, one of a kind right there, a legend in television and in radio here in the market, and now down at the Landing, and just a wonderful guy. The Landing hasn't closed. He still has 2 houses, Nashville and down there on the lake. You cannot beat that. Up there with family in Nashville, a place you love. Another place we love, our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa.
No doubt. This Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit just down the road here, right off Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2000. 2009. Get that special person a gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
Yeah, and over there, Michael and others are asking, does Herb own the landing? He does. That is his place. He when he left Jocks, he went down there and opened that thing up, and it is the place to eat and drink down on the lake as you're enjoying your summertime down there. Our friends at the Pan Store want to remind you that if you're looking for a gift still, don't worry about shipping. Just jump into these 7 locations. Great locations in Crestline and Leeds and Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, Auburn, panstore.com, Game Day hats, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, Game Day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O and Gentile. Listen, I've done this before. You cannot go wrong with Alabama, Auburn, and UAB gear on Christmas morning. Everybody in the state's a fan. Pan Store has the best stuff, including fashions for the female fan. 7 locations online, panstore.com. Quick segment when we come back, and then we'll go at 12:40 with Brad Crawford. More on National Signing Day and college football. All that still to come on our final hour of the live show this week right here on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
If you know nothing else about me, you know I love great food. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. My favorite neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. It is located in the Greystone Shoal Creek area. You can see more, make a reservation, or give the gift of fine dining at oakhouseeats.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Our Baumhauer Spotlight today is going to be just which of these next few days of bowl games you like the most. Before you tell us about Baumhauer's, I think it's like 4 games or 5 games before we're live again. Of those 5 games, which do you like the most?
For me, it's Wake Forest, Missouri. SEC is kind of getting into it. I know it hasn't gone well with Florida before, but Missouri coming in 6-6. Wake Forest, I guess maybe a little bit of a disappointing season with what we expected from Sam Hartman. I know he wasn't there the whole season.
And everyone says he's going to play in this game and then hit the transfer portal.
That's what it seems like. So maybe he'll go out with a bang, and it's almost like a contract game for him because he's going to go get a contract somewhere at another school.
Yeah, so that's your favorite. I'm going to go with tonight's game, Baylor and Air Force. I think it's going to be really a close game, 6:30 in the Armed Forces Bowl. Baylor, disappointing year by their standards. Air Force, they won the Commander-in-Chief's trophy. Air Force, I got Baylor in my pick'em to win tonight, so you can bet accordingly. But that's my favorite game of the next 4 or 5 days. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, our friend Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of buffalo wings back in 1981. Now 40 years, 4 concepts, and 14 restaurants later, Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to all the people and visitors of Alabama. That's all of our friends at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Our slice setting the table for tonight's action goes to Jelly Walker. He was on our show yesterday. I asked him about being one of the better scorers in America, specifically at shooting 3-point shots off the dribble. His coach says he may be the best in the country on that. Here's Jelly Walker on our show yesterday.
I work on my game all the time, and I shoot so many shots all the time, and it's just repetition, and I go hard every time I work out, so it just comes to a point. It's like I've said it before. It's like when you're studying for a test, when you're in school and you're studying, and it's to the point you're studying so much that when you see the questions on the test, you already know what the answer is because you studied so much. So it's like I work on my game so much when I come in the game. Yeah, there might be people in front of me, but I've worked on this so much, it doesn't even matter if you're in front of me because I worked on it.
6 threes in the last game. UAB in action tonight. Starting CUSA play, they're 10.5-point favorite at home. Bartow Arena, 6:30 tonight as they take on Charlotte, who's in town. A little history there, back to the old original Sunbelt days for Charlotte. Back then, I think they were UNC Charlotte is what they were called back then when they used to take on Coach Bartow's team. It's now UAB in Charlotte tonight, 6:30 Bartow Arena. The Blazers, 10.5-point favorite. That's our Slice look-ahead game tonight. Don't forget, Slice they have 3 locations and another one coming soon to Crestline, but you can swing by Vestavia, Lakeview, and also the Montevallo locations. Pick up that $75 packet for the to-go meal for the family. The family meal, only $75. Couple of pizzas, salads, and such like that, all rolled into one little bundle there. Or just go by, get my favorite pizzas, the spicy Hawaiian, the hot Mama, both of those made to order right there daily. And a huge menu for you to go check out the best pizza in town. It's our friends at Slice. All right, we're going to talk to Brad Crawford, more football coming up in just a second. But as we start to wind down a little bit, yesterday we did our favorite movies, and it was at the end of the show. And I promised you guys that we would revisit this because one of us, the movie expert here,
he's pointing to John Lunsford, those who are on video,
didn't feel like he had enough time to explain to us why my list was wrong and his list was right.
I never said your list was wrong.
Can you bring up first my list, Forrester? Here's what I had yesterday. And now I know it's a very metrosexual list with Love Actually at number
Love
one.
Actually's fine. I've seen it a bunch. It's fine.
I've seen it. I see it every year. It's a tradition to me to watch Love Actually. It's really a Christmas, a little bit of New Year, right? Christmas,
it's
New
Christmas,
Year. Yeah. Christmas Vacation, which I love, and Elf I love.
My number 2 too.
Bad Santa, never liked it until LT made me watch it last year because he talked about it so damn much. And then It's a Wonderful Life. This is what plays when we're helping Santa at night get the gifts ready when we were, when our kids were young. That's what was on the TV on loop constantly. It was sort of just the background. It's like the in-store monitor. What's wrong with my list, Lance?
I never said anything was wrong with your list. I like Love Actually, Christmas Vacation. Elf is okay. It's just overrated. I've actually never seen Bad Santa. And It's a Wonderful Life. I've actually done a play version of It's a Wonderful Life before. I like it.
Yeah. Now, where's
you just left off White Christmas, which is the best movie of all time.
Yeah, give me Lunsford's list, because Lunsford actually went back to, is it Bing Crosby? Is that his name?
Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby.
B-I-N-G.
That's number 5 in your list, White Christmas?
White Christmas, number 1.
Number 1. That's the one you went with.
Yep. Bing Crosby, Danny Kaye, and Rosemary Clooney is in it, and Vera Ellen, I think, is the other woman in it. Look, it's the kind of movie that my dad was obsessed with it. And, growing up, it's a movie from way, way back in the day.
So it's a memory for you.
It's one of the first color movies. And it's we went to go see it at the Alabama Theater every Christmas, and I've watched it ever since. It's kind of a war movie. Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye are two guys from the military. They get out after World War II, become entertainers, end up going to their old general's place. He's bought like a hotel, and they end up doing a show there. And I don't know. It's a feel-good movie. It's a good Christmas movie.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh, my God.
I
It's
saw
on
it-
Netflix, I think.
Yeah, I saw it for the first time 2 years ago in Troy. It was great. The Sisters song. Sisters.
Rockstar's list from yesterday when we threw it up there. Rockstar, you always seemed a little. You don't like to expose your inner feelings. Scrooged is number 1 for you. Is that sort of a documentary in your eyes?
No, well, that's probably my best rendition of a Christmas Carol. Although I did like Guy Pearce's and Tom Hardy's a couple years ago on FX. But no, I liked Scrooge. Home Alone is more because I was a kid when it came out, and then Christmas Vacation was the standard. I just don't watch it anymore because it's on so much. The Ref was a really good one with Dennis Leary and Kevin Spacey. If anybody's ever seen it, I think Scott was the only one that said that he saw it. It's a great film, really entertaining, and the Christmas Story, even though it comes on so much, that reminds me of my childhood watching that. But I don't watch the 24-hour marathon.
Charles says Lunsford is spot on with White Christmas. Jeff making a point. I didn't know this. Bing Crosby was a Gonzaga graduate and a massive donor back when he was alive.
I'll take his word for it.
Yeah. I mean, he would probably.
I wasn't necessarily a Bing Crosby fan. I just like the movie.
He would have never imagined what their basketball program has gone into. And one more, Forrester's list yesterday. He went very, very, very heavy testosterone there. Die Hard, Bad Santa, Home Alone. Forrester, are you trying to impress Lance with your list? Is that what you were doing yesterday?
No. These are classics, man.
Yeah. Die Hard, what do you like about it? The explosions?
Yeah, Hans Gruber,
I just like to say Bruce
Nakatomi
Willis.
Towers.
Bruce Willis specifically said it's not a Christmas movie. So,
Okay.
But it
just
is.
throwing that out there.
It's absolutely a Christmas movie.
Let's put up, if we can somehow, Taylor, our 4 lists, the graphics, and then have a poll come off of that. That's our Cowan Equipment poll. Who has the best list of the 4 of us?
Don't put mine. I'll be last.
No, don't be ashamed, man. Cowan Equipment, I'll be last. I promise you.
will not be last.
It's a competition.
Men will want to act like men over there and say that Love Actually is not a good movie.
And White Christmas.
It's all brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment? Check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call us at 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Okay, it just freaked me out that Taylor, our young, early 20s, newest employee, just walked by with a baby.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. My son's here.
So Cord's here.
Yeah, I had no idea he was coming. So Cord's here today.
We'll get a Cord update in the final segment. We'll talk to Brad Crawford next about everything that went on yesterday, and we'll get ready for the college football playoffs still to come. From 24/7 Sports, Brad Crawford just around the corner on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, this Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
If there is one thing you know about me from listening to The Next Round, it's that I love great food. My neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. In the Greystone Shoal Creek area, former Fleming's partners, Travis Grappo and the chef Oliver Robinson, have teamed up for an incredible restaurant. They have great steaks, seafood, wonderful salads, and the best pork chop I have ever tasted. You can see more online at oakhouseeats.com. Make a reservation there or give the gift of fine dining for this Christmas. And enjoy my favorite neighborhood restaurant, Oak House.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000. That's right. Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games, featuring exciting bonuses and huge jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today, in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Already on the show today, Nick Saban's personal meteorologist, James Spann. Matt Hayes was with us, Chase Goodbread from Tuscaloosa,
and Birmingham sports legend Herb Winches. All that is podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. Brad Crawford is coming up. He's got one amazing stat about South Carolina recruiting he tweeted a couple hours ago. We'll start with that after you tell us about our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, 'tis the season to make your plans. Get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start out 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment and start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Brad Crawford, 24/7 CBS Sports. First, Merry Christmas, man, and thank you for helping me fill the show today on such late notice, late last night. I appreciate you taking the time to be with me today, Brad.
Thanks for having me on, man. Merry Christmas to you guys, too. Hope it's a safe and fun holiday for y'all this weekend.
Same to you. Now, a couple hours ago, I follow you on Twitter. You sent out, I'm in the SEC, it all washes over us, Alabama and Georgia and everybody else. But you sent out an amazing fact about South Carolina that I think our viewers would be interested in.
Yeah, Gamecocks have the number 16 class right now. If that holds, that'll be Gamecocks' third best class of all time, best class since 2012. Under Steve Spurrier when he won, 3 straight 11-win seasons, top 5 all those years. And this class right here for 2023 cycle for the Gamecocks, they've signed more 4-stars than Michigan, Florida State, Auburn, TCU, Ole Miss, Arkansas, Nebraska. A lot of big-name programs there. So Shane Beamer has used the momentum from this 8-4 finish, much to the chagrin of a few rival fan bases, and really done well this recruiting cycle.
And that is, they had the best finish of anybody in college football and still get, I don't know about you, but that bowl game in particular is one non-playoff games that I'm looking forward to. What about you?
Yeah, I'll be heading down next week to Jacksonville for that one. 2 8-4 teams, Notre Dame, South Carolina. Winner of that game finishes inside the top 20. Probably an excellent momentum / motivational boost heading into 2023. I know the Gamecocks are still in the mix for 5-star Nicholas Harbor. You win that bowl game and you're able to beat out Michigan and Maryland for that guy. Gamecocks will then have a top 15 class. So I think Shane Beamer is very excited about the opportunity down in Jacksonville. And then after that game, Gamecock fans are going to find out if Spencer Rattler and Juice Wells, 2 all SEC type playmakers the last couple of weeks, are going to be back for 2023.
Nobody's 100%, but you guys do an amazing job at 24/7 when it comes to those crystal ball projections. Do you know how you guys come up with that? I know it's a dumb question, but are you in on the inner workings of the crystal ball projections?
Oh, yeah. I talk to our recruiting insiders very, very often. Steve Wilfong, he's our director of recruiting. Andrew Ivins down in South Beach is our director of scouting. Those 2 guys are kind of the in the know employees, so to speak. They talk to coaches nonstop, and usually if one of those 2 guys, Wilfong or Ivins, puts in a crystal ball, that's going to happen. We keep accuracy percentages, and those 2 guys are the industry leaders in that. So a lot of our experts who make those crystal ball projections, man, they're talking to players and coaching staffs daily, and they have some serious intel there.
Well, Alabama hopes you're right on the crystal ball with Desmond Ricks a little bit later on today. I'm talking to Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports, friend of the show. We appreciate him so much. He's on the JohnsonRBCenter.com hotline. We talked to a lot of SEC people today. Let's go big picture around the nation. Dan Lanning, when he was hired at Oregon, everyone says, he's going to take SEC recruiting out to Oregon. Now, we said the same thing about Mario Cristobal, but Dan Lanning, to me, seemed like he, as I read all of y'all's stuff, seemed like he had a pretty good day yesterday.
He did. He went from number 15 on Tuesday night, according to our rankings, to I think he's number 6 now. And Oregon still has a chance to flip a couple more guys. He was able to get 5-star edge rusher Mateo Uiagalelei. He's the younger brother of former Clemson quarterback DJ. And Dan Lanning is building a quality championship-type roster out there. I know Oregon is also at the top of the food chain as far as NIL collectives are concerned. And you guys know, man, it's 2023 recruiting, and the game has changed. You can go from a mid-tier top 25 program to sitting at the elites table very quick if you have some booster money and guys like that funneling funds into your program. And Oregon has Phil Knight. Let's face it.
And it seemed like Nick Saban learned the trick pretty quickly. Last year finishing second, not like it was a horrible recruiting class,
right,
but he was adamant about trying to get his business people fired up with the NIL. And here they are, the number 1 composite ranking in college football. Did you guys write Nick Saban off there? Did you think he'd be back on top of the heap this year?
I mean, it's hard to discredit anything Nick Saban has done, especially on the recruiting trail this last decade, man. I think if he closes in February with a top class, that'll be like his 8th number 1 class in what, 13 or 14 seasons. Just incredible. He has the hardware to show for it. We've seen that last 10 national champions have had at least one top 3 signing class during those previous 3 cycles. So if you want to win big in the playoff, man, you have to have 5 stars. And I think Saban, this 27 commit class he has right now is another class that, before his tenure's out at Bama, he's going to win another one. Caleb Downs, top safety in the country. He has Keon Keeley, top edge rusher in the country. So Saban has once again reloaded the cupboard in Tuscaloosa.
On the flip side of that, Jimbo was number 1 last year. Now, it's not like the bottom fell out, but it's a very different looking time for Jimbo Fisher and Texas A&M. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's much harder to recruit after a 5-7. Of course, I say that in the same breath. Mario Cristobal has the number 3 class in the country at Miami, and he went 5-7 in a disastrous first season on the field. So I think Jimbo Fisher, the main thing right now is he has to find an elite quarterback, a guy who can get Texas A&M back up into that upper echelon of the SEC West, 9-10 win seasons. A couple of years ago, A&M was basically 1 game away from making the playoff. So to see them fall in just a 2-year stretch to not even get into bowl season this fall is a big surprise. And I think Jimbo Fisher's days are numbered here in a couple of years, despite that, max buyout, if he does continue to have these lackluster seasons.
I was really worried about Brent Venables, the way this season played out. Do you think he sort of corrected the ship with this recruiting and portal cycle?
Yeah, he's a guy that if he goes 6-6 again next season at Oklahoma, there's going to be some deep-pocketed boosters there in Norman that want to see a new coach. And I mean, I couldn't blame him. Oklahoma's a top 10 program. It's one of the best jobs in the country. Oklahoma 2 years from now is going to the SEC, which the schedule is going to be considerably tougher for Brent Venables. So, he kind of has a bridge year 1 for every coaching staff. You don't really have your players in place yet, so to speak. So this is first full recruiting cycle. I'll be anxious to see how he does in fall of 2023.
Do you think people are still trying to figure out how to balance high school recruiting and the portal and how to mix those two together? Because, Lane Kiffin reloaded last year with the portal. Yeah. His high school class right now was 36 last I checked before the show, so that's not impressive, but I assume he's going to do some more portal work this year. Does it seem like everyone's still struggling on how to mix the two together?
Yeah, we saw a couple first-year staff this season, man, reload through the portal, really transition from an entirely different roster for 2022. Lincoln Riley, as soon as he got the job at USC, he signed the eventual Heisman winner from Oklahoma, Caleb Williams. He got Jordan Addison from Pitt, Biletnikoff winner last season, and he had about 11 or 12 new starters from the portal out of that 2 deep starting 22. So we've seen programs, win quickly through the portal, but if you're at one of the elites, Georgia, Alabama, there's a reason why you don't see Nick Saban and Kirby Smart taking a slew of transfers. They don't need to. They recruit and develop the 4- and 5-star guys they already have. So I think the portal is going to always be a positive for a first-year staff, or maybe one of those mid to upper tier top 25 programs that needs to fill immediate holes versus the elites that already have a stock cupboard of talent.
That's a positive for Hugh Freeze, right, at Auburn, that he can rebuild that roster quickly.
It's incredible what he's done in 2.5 weeks. To land a top 20 class, he flipped a cornerback yesterday from Ohio State. Ohio State's a team that, despite finishing number 5 in the country, a lot of that fan base is in a bit of a unrest right now heading into the playoff. Ryan Day lost his top commit for next season, 5-star quarterback Dylan Raiola. He was a long-time commit. So even teams that finish inside the top 5 but don't have a bunch of 5 stars at the top of that class, the fan bases can kind of grow very wary with it.
Okay, humble brag, are those your shoes on the back, the big one right below the Alabama helmet, or does that belong to somebody else?
So those cleats were part of a Nike event that I went to in, I want to say 2016 at Oregon, where they tested a bunch of sports writers 40 time. Now I ran a 4.89.
Wow.
Which I thought was pretty good, right?
Yes.
But at the time, man, I was playing competitive softball, hitting leadoff. Now I'm just a washed 35-year-old. So
but you ran under 5, a 4.8.
4.89. I did.
And was that the trophy that you got? Those size 62 shoes, whatever they are?
We got to keep our cleats Nike gave us. Yeah.
Okay. They look. What size are they, man? They look huge.
I'm a size 9, man.
Okay.
So.
Do those
my
cleats?
size.
I think that's a mini helmet above.
Okay, that's a mini helmet. The shoe. Okay,
Right.
okay. I was confused. I thought it was a normal size helmet and Shaq's cleats back there. All right, Crawford. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you guys. Merry Christmas, y'all.
Yeah, thank you, man. I thought he was sporting like
the bigger helmet above it. That's what
I thought he was sporting a size 23 cleat there for a second. I thought it was like a trophy.
You know what they say about big feet.
In the chat room, everybody's saying got a little Forrester in him. Does Brad Crawford have a little Forrester in him?
No, he's got a little Justin Chancellor from Tool.
Chancellor from Tool.
He looks like the bassist from Tool, like beard and everything, except Justin's a little gray now.
Okay. All right. Very good. Very good. Enjoy it.
Always got a cord.
Always enjoyed Brad Crawford from 24/7 Sports. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's want to remind you that right now you can get the best lawn next spring by making sure you got the right nutrients in the ground for growing season. It's important to take care of those roots, just like you take care of your football team in the off season. The emergence in the turf, the root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. That starts by calling our friends at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the promo code TNR. TNR, you get the first month free on the EnviroLawn service. That's our friends at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the promo code TNR for the first month free on the EnviroLawn service. All right, some final thoughts before we take a break for Christmas. When we come back, also our friends at MyBookie will bring us the last segment of the show. So stay with us for one more thing before the Christmas break right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today, in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
My bookie, 12 days, 12 straight days of giveaways that started yesterday. From odds boosts to casino chips to straight up locks, my bookie's 12 days of giveaways. Can't miss promotion. Go sign up today, mybookie.ag. Starting yesterday, ending on January 1st, you can bring in the new year right with giveaways that can help you fill your stockings with cash this season. Sign up at MyBookie. Use the promo code NEXTROUND on your first deposit to redeem a bonus of up to $200. Again, that's promo code NEXTROUND to claim a brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to cash in and cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light and make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Everyone on Twitter seems to think that I creeped Brad Crawford out by being impressed by his shoe size on the back wall. That I was fascinated on his shoe size.
It was a good shoe size.
Maybe just a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Did seem awkward. Okay, final 90 seconds of the show here. One thing you want for Christmas that you think you may actually get.
You know, I haven't asked for a single thing for Christmas this year.
Nor have I. It's a kid Christmas.
I just.
Forrester, what about you, man? Did you ask for anything? Am I the only one that asked for a PlayStation 5?
We've got a big trip coming up in the spring, so everything's kind of geared toward that.
I bought my wife Taylor Swift tickets, so our Christmas is already done.
Okay. All right.
I am hosting Christmas for the first time this year. I got to cook all the food and everything for our whole family.
Like the whole family's coming over?
Yeah.
I was going to say I didn't get my invite. I guess you probably mailed it.
Well,
it'll get there by next week.
Okay. We're back live on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Central. I think the whole crew will be here then. I will be playing my new PlayStation 5 if Santa's good to me. If not,
if Santa's not good to you, I have one you can maybe buy for a higher price.
Why didn't you mention this to Maggie when I told you I wanted one?
It's been collecting dust in my poker room for the last year.
A PlayStation 5?
Yeah.
She's scrambling to find one.
Sorry.
Thought we were a team.
He's going to let her buy it for a higher price, too.
Hey, when Brown and LT get back, make sure you tell them how much you enjoyed this show today. James, Spann, Herb, Winches, and everyone else on the show. They didn't think we all could get through it without them today. But we did it, guys. Merry Christmas to everybody. We'll see you Tuesday at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.